Chapter 413. He was still alive. The new Sky Tiger was even more outstanding. He could easily control it, and his martial spirit was even smarter. As long as he willed it, the mechanical spirit weapon would be able to accurately execute a battle tactic. From the side, a figure appeared. It was Goat. "Are you an expert from the Southern Cross Army?" Silay smiled. Yaya was the bravest. Duan Mu felt like he was the city wall. Tens of thousands of hopping rabbits ran over his body. How could there be such a battle newbie in such a powerful place? "Can you please ask some technical questions?" Duan Mu could not help but retort. "It is already very exciting. Your mechanical martial artist is very powerful. This is rhythm. His control of rhythm has already reached the point of perfection. Just by relying on the rhythm, he can suppress a gold-ranked martial artist. I have never seen such a master tactician." Yaya was overjoyed. She jumped onto Goat's head and held onto its horns. "Two. I don't have time to be sad. Because before I disappear, I have to realize all of them. When did such a strong mechanical martial artist appear? Why haven't I heard of him before?" Duan Mu quivered. "Damn it, I was too engrossed. I almost forgot how vicious this woman was." Squeak! Goat's eyes lit up. His 4 limbs exerted strength. Like an arrow, he chased after Choi. Goat's fighting ability was not strong. He was best at running. After Silay's modification, his running ability was even more shocking. Yaya was furious. He snorted at Sanhua. There were too many things for him to do. There were too many unfulfilled dreams for him to realize. There were too many glories for him to defend. But the opponent was too fast. Choi, who was in a panic, heard the movement behind him. His face changed. In a moment of desperation, he flipped the bow in his hand to block the attack. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. He quickly turned his head. He saw Yaya holding onto the horns of Goat's head. He was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, Yaya instinctively waved its 2 little fists just like how it usually did. So, he was a battle newbie. He would sometimes think of Sky Tiger. But he knew that was already over. Why would Yaya be afraid? His consumption is too great. Duan Mu explained. Yaya, who was getting excited from killing, let out a loud howl when she saw that the enemy was trying to escape. 3 strangely shaped star spirit beasts approached. The skinny old man's 3 flowers converged crown, circled a big circle, and finally arrived. He quickly put on an act. "I'm thinking about how to explain it. What was rhythm? For example, when you look at the mechanical martial artist cruising, it seemed to be far and close at times, but if you looked closely, you would realize he would always maintain a distance that he could attack at any time. Also, look, his attacks are very scattered, as if he doesn't have a target, but every attack makes his opponent feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, every time the Baldy wanted to counterattack, he would always launch an attack, forcing the opponent to parry. His opponent's rhythm was completely suppressed by him, and he could only turtle up. How could people live in sadness forever? Even if it was gone, even if it would never come back, even if every corner of the memory in her mind was still fresh, even if it was destined to never fade. Bing's poker face was expressionless, his gaze locked onto Baldy's weakness. Sky Tiger in the air drew a beautiful and sharp arc like a blade cutting through the air. Baldy's sweat became denser and denser. The opponent's every attack was always at the most uncomfortable and most uncomfortable angle. The opponent was like a cunning wolf, seemingly aimlessly cruising, but filled with dense killing intent. His mental state was always stretched taut. The huge pressure caused him to start gasping for breath. Bud Spirit Generals, they are very powerful in battle. Inside Sky Tiger, Bing's poker face was expressionless, just like his battle instincts. Even though he was controlling a mechanical spirit weapon, when he fought, it was still the standard Southern Cross Army style: sudden stops, short sprints, B-shaped cruising, 2-2-2. Baldy's head was already covered in sweat. He could not even touch the opponent's figure. It was the first time he saw such a powerful mechanical martial artist, the first time he saw a mechanical spirit weapon with such astonishing speed. But I will never forget, the more Yaya thought about it, the more excited she became. She could not hold it in anymore. She jumped up, both her hands raised up high, her childish voice resonating in the air. He was not sentimental. Qiu Yi's eyes widened. He looked at the small figure in disbelief. He could not imagine how such a small body could contain such astonishing power. Yaya wanted to put on a stern face, but she could not help but smile. The corner of her mouth opened up uncontrollably. At this moment, she sprinted with all her might, like a stream of light. Yaya, who was holding onto the horns, stared with her eyes wide open, her cheeks puffed up, her killing intent soaring, because the weak and useless young lad now had a heart of stone. Pung, 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 pung. Qiu Yi's breathing was already very weak. The poison that invaded his body was extremely powerful. Without the protection of true power, his body was no different from a normal person. His consciousness gradually blurred. The jet-black iron fists, like raindrops, swung towards Qiu Yi. In the basement, Duanmu shook his head again. Baldy is going to lose. Really very strong. Duanmu's eyes lit up. I never thought that in this world there would be such a strong mechanical martial artist. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Legend has it that only the experts of the Southern Cross Army can do this. The true power that was out of control wreaked havoc in his meridians. Qiu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost control of his body and flew out. Yaya had played in every corner of the bronze base. There was not a single star spirit beast that did not fall into his hands. Although the 3 star spirit beasts were much stronger than before, it was obvious that Yaya had left a deep impression on them. The 3 of them stayed at the side obediently, not daring to move forward. Yaya's nose twitched. He raised his head, both hands behind his back. He tried his best to tiptoe, with the face of a small adult. He slowly walked towards Qiu Yi and San Hua. Yaya's fists were so fast that the naked eye could not catch them. The surrounding light was completely engulfed, forming a dark void. Qiu Yi flew far away. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His right wrist was broken. His fighting power was almost completely gone. Previously, he was still worried about the astronomical compensation, but now he did not think about it. He only had one thought in his mind: to leave this place immediately. So that's how it is. I kind of understand now. Sai Lei nodded. Southern Cross Army, advance. Regardless of whether it was Tang Tian, the mysterious mechanical martial artist, or the weird Bud Spirit General, they were all so powerful that they made him dumbfounded. But the woman beside him, who had a high status, was like an idiot. San Hua immediately retreated, his face showing fear. What is rhythm? Sai Lei was confused. Qiu Yi was in a difficult situation. He dodged left and right. This little thing in his eyes was like a little devil. He only had one thought in his mind: stay away from this little devil. Why? Sai Lei asked curiously. The excruciating pain from his wrist was like a tidal wave that assaulted his spirit in waves. The extraordinary bow, like a biscuit, suddenly crumbled. Plop! Moreover, this was the Bud Spirit General's first battle. The enemy's back was getting bigger and bigger in Yaya's vision. Now is the time. Yaya tried his best to widen his small eyes, puffed up his round cheeks, and exhaled loudly. Yaya hung on the goat's horn. The rapid airflow blew its body unsteadily, but it was not afraid at all. It was very familiar with the goat's sprinting. Yaya, who was flying, suddenly realized something appeared in front of him. Damn it! His light body technique was average. He usually walked the path of using force to break through tricks. He hurriedly ran. Xiao Yi's body was shaking like a sieve, waves of astonishing power from the bow to his body. It was so dense that he could not even breathe. When Xiao Yi fell to the ground, his face was already black. It was just like the time in his memory. Yeah, so that's how it is. Sai Lei understood a little, but he was a little disappointed. I thought there would be some exciting battle. He looked at the towering city wall and the colorful poison that shrouded the city wall. He secretly complained in his heart. If he was at his peak, he could totally rely on his exceptional light body technique, fly to a high place, and avoid the poisonous fog. But now the true power in his body was entangled with the poison. It would be good if he could use 50% of his true power. Yaya's arm that was hanging on the goat's horn suddenly exerted force. It was like a small stone that was shot out from a slingshot. In an instant, it flew out. Yaya's small eyes widened. It did not even think about anything else. Just like the countless nights in the clay plateau, it was extremely familiar with it. Star coins were important, but compared to his life, it was nothing. The goat's eyes flashed a trace of terrifying light. It suddenly lowered its head, the goat's horn pointed forward, and suddenly accelerated. Duanmu could only explain in detail. In a highly tense state, the consumption of physical strength and true power will be a few times more than usual. What's more fatal is that Baldy did not notice his own physical strength and true power being depleted. He did not put in too much effort. Sai Lei did not understand. Duanmu did not understand. He nodded. Yes, that era was the peak of the mechanics. It gathered the most powerful mechanical martial artists in history. The mechanical martial artists now are much weaker than that time. But what was truly fatal was not the fracture. The true power in Xiao Yi's body had always been in a stalemate with the poison. Yaya's punch completely broke the balance. The true power in his body suddenly became chaotic. The poison was like a tide, invading every corner of his body. Xiao Yi's hand that was holding the bow had a comminuted fracture. What's with your expression? Did I ask something wrong? Sai Lei's eyes curved, smiling like a flower. The pain in his hand made it even harder for him to concentrate. He was different from those martial artists who were good at close combat. His attacking style allowed him to maintain a certain distance from the enemy. He was rarely injured, which made him not used to being injured. Bud Spirit General's First Battle. Chapter 414. A head flew into the sky. Ping! The sawtooth blade, martial artist, was stunned again. The bald man's face changed as he retreated. It was the first time for him to fight head-on. Before this, the opponent completely relied on his strange footwork and sneak attacks. In his heart, this mechanical martial artist was classified as an assassin-type martial artist, causing him to be extremely cautious. Dang, dang, dang. Not powerful. Duanmu's voice was dry, scary, too calm. He could have won if he fought head-on, but he used such a method to end the battle. That means he was not willing to waste a single bit of energy. To be able to maintain such a calm mind in such a violent and continuous attack, that's too scary. The feasibility is not high. The level of innovation is not high. Oh, most importantly, the expenditure is too high. Watch my blade. Again. Who? What's going on? Hey, don't forget your identity as a prisoner. Duanmu, quickly reflect on yourself. Duanmu was dumbfounded. Hey, uncle, why are you back? Little Tang Tang still has an enemy. Sai Lei said anxiously. Big sister, if you're angry, just vent it on me. Don't do anything stupid. Now, arrange for next week's work. Sure too, your task is to take out number 55 bronze from our plan. I want to see at least 3 samples. Sai Lei suddenly noticed Duanmu's stunned expression and felt weird. Are you stunned? Bang, bang, bang. So mysterious. Calm down. Calm down. Big sister. Expenditure. Are you trying to kill us? Not good. The bald man sensed danger and roared. The bronze rod in his hand swept across. The rod aura was still strong and fierce, but in Bing's eyes, there was a trace of weakness. The opponent was starting to feel weak. Until now, the power from the bronze rod made him realize that his judgment was completely wrong. The bald man retreated step by step. Every attack caused his arm to tremble. The opponent's continuous attacks were like a torrential storm. He was almost suffocating and could only instinctively wave the bronze rod. Sanhua was unconscious. Yaya looked at Tang Tian's direction. Seeing that Tang Tian was not disturbed, she patted her chest with a face of lingering fear. "Big sister, why?" He quivered, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. He suddenly remembered that in that instant, the few weak points of the saber seemed to have appeared in his eyes, and then he subconsciously used Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand to break the saber light. "Thank goodness we have Yaya. I've decided not to feed it poison anymore." Only the sea would be full of water. It took him a moment to think of a word: dismemberment. The sawtooth saber martial artist was stunned. Tang Tian was also stunned. Out of the 4 gold-ranked martial artists, only he was left. However, what he couldn't understand was that the enemy's comrades had retreated like the tide. The sawtooth saber martial artist was stunned. His saber radiance had been blocked and shattered before, but it had never been the fact that the other party was showing signs of fatigue meant that the outcome of the battle was not far away. There's still a battle going on up there. It quickly and skillfully tied the 3 idiots on the ground into a knot, dragged them to a corner, and dragged them along the base of the city wall, desperately dragging them back. The experts in the laboratory were all dumbfounded. "That's true." Sai Lei regained his senses, rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself, "Snatching that guy's opponent. That guy will definitely be furious. Why don't we try?" Seeing that, Yaya panicked. These 3 idiots. In a panic, he immediately used all his strength, like a strange black shadow. He circled around Sanhua's body. "Ali, I've seen your report. Reject it." But if his physical strength and true power were severely weakened, then it meant that he was in an absolutely weak state. Yiya looked at the sawtooth blade martial artist with a longing gaze, as though it was looking at a roasted meat leg. But when his gaze swept across Tang Tian, his body froze. Ping! The underground room immediately exploded. All the mechanical engineers' faces changed. They immediately surrounded Sai Lei, holding him tightly, afraid that Sai Lei would do something stupid. "All right, it's better not to provoke him." Then the saber aura was broken apart. Duan Mu suddenly had an urge to break open the head of the beautiful lady, to see if there was a vast ocean inside. The sound of the saber aura breaking apart became even clearer. Ping! Tang Tian was also stunned. "Watch my blade." Again. How could it be like this? He instinctively waved his bronze rod, but there was nothing in front of it. There was nothing. There's a conspiracy. Inside the huge city wall, there was only him and the young man in front of him. To martial artists, true power and physical strength were the core of a battle. For a long time, martial artists' understanding of their bodies was at a low level, and they thought that only true power was the core of a battle. Until the rise of the Blood Meridian's martial artists, the exploration and research of physical strength then entered a deeper realm. Tang Tian was like an angry cat, his eyes open wide. He subconsciously leaned to the side, his left index finger piercing into the saber aura. Following that, in his vision, there seemed to be 6 points. Without thinking, his right hand's 5 fingers, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, swept past the 6 points. Everyone in the Blood Meridian's laboratory pointed at the skinny old man and scolded, and Yaya immediately became the new favorite of the Blood Meridian's laboratory. "Hey, you guys, the enemy is a gold-ranked martial artist. All right." After a while, clang, 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 Sky Tiger flew back, and Bing came out. But damn it, what kind of conspiracy is this? Tang Tian also reacted and was immediately enraged. He was shouted at just now, but he actually did not make a sound. The one who had the upper hand was the godlike young man. All right, he was not to be outdone and shouted again. Without thinking, his figure flashed. His 10 fingers were like hooks piercing into the saber aura. His 10 fingers shook and twisted, only to hear a ping sound. The saber aura shattered. Both parties' rod fists clashed, like two heavy hammers fiercely colliding. Every time they collided, the turbulent airflow would explode into a transparent circle of air, continuously flashing in the air, washing away everything around the two of them. Duanmu stared straight at the image of the blue sky tiger and muttered, "Too scary." The saber aura was more solid than before, more biting cold, more terrifying. 3 flowers at the crown. Are you gathering at our crown? If our funds decrease a little, you'll be dead. The sawtooth blade, martial artist panicked. The seemingly solid blade, aura shattered like a piece of glass, breaking into dozens of pieces before turning into fragments and vanishing. Just at this time, the sawtooth blade martial artist came back to his senses and bellowed, "Watch my blade." Master will not scold Yaya, right? After a while, the surrounding voices pulled Duan Mu back from his daze. "Watch my blade." Again. The young man who was in a daze already made him feel extremely weird, and then everyone else disappeared, giving up the battlefield. Such a scene was even weirder. Arrange for next week's work. Spirit General. Weird, it's too weird. Seeing that the enemy had fallen, the 3 flowers' gaze turned to the only remaining enemy, the sawtooth blade martial artist. 3 pairs of eyes lit up, howling, and were about to rush over. The tall and big sky tiger, under such a ferocious attack, was swift and fierce. Duanmu mocked himself in his heart. Ping! Dang! Duanmu's face was full of despair. Who can tell me, what the hell is this place? That's... Sai Lei's alluring face shook, with a face full of pride. Poker uncle, that's pretty powerful. Bing did not give Baldy any chance to breathe. Sky Tiger was like a ghost. His attacks changed from the gloomy and cold to the current ferocious and violent. Every attack was powerful. He felt that he was going crazy. What exactly is this place? Yaya, you're going to be a big hero in the future. Let's not bother about the false reputation. Tang Tian, who was in a daze, suddenly regained his focus. The sawtooth blade martial artist was going crazy. He made up his mind. Since it would not be good today, without saying a word, the sawtooth blade in his hand trembled. The blade light was like a pool of clear water rolling towards Tang Tian. Duanmu looked blankly. Sai Lei was already sitting at the table in the continuous ping-ping-ping sound. He was knocking on the table to arrange the work for the other mechanical engineers next week. It was obvious that Bing was still brooding over the embezzlement. The two of them regained their senses at the same time, looked at each other angrily, and roared at the same time. After all, he was someone who had killed his way through mountains of blades and seas of blood, and immediately understood Bing's intention, and his face changed. There was definitely a conspiracy. Swallowing light steel fist. Poker face. Well done. Sai Lei jumped out, raised his arms, and cheered. The mechanical engineers beside him were all cheering. Duanmu was dumbstruck. You looked around for a while, then retreated, intending to sneak back. Sai Lei scoffed. What, calm down? He's just lazy. Poker face uncle has always been so lazy. Tang Tian felt as though he had discovered a new continent and was extremely excited. Sky Tiger's fist struck the bald man's copper rod without any fanciful movements. The dull sound caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. The surging airflow was like a storm sweeping in all directions. Being dismembered. Tang Tian was also stunned. He had just used the 1,000-cleave demonic hand, which was not strange, but the 1,000-cleave demonic hand could only make use of the flaws between techniques, and was unable to dismember the blade aura like that. The sawtooth blade martial artist regained his senses and became even more furious. Watch my blade. Bing's previous series of tactics were all for this purpose. The most dumbstruck was Duan-Mu, looking at the image, the two of them facing each other. You slash, I break, you slash again, I break again. Lazy. 1,000 people don't want to be caught red-handed. Bing glanced at her and said unhappily, You want to cheat me? You want me to snatch the crazy young man's opponent and then deduct my funds? Not good. I fell into a trap. The mechanical engineers in the mechanical laboratory were also dumbstruck. A martial artist whose physical strength was depleted would have a certain degree of weakness in their control of true power. Out of all the people here, no one is normal. Forget it. You ran into Burn City to loot, okay? How did you become as abnormal as them? Its heart was unsure. Whether its master would praise it or punish it, it was hard to say. The blade aura spread out. The astonishing blade aura, with a terrifying power, pounced straight towards Tang Tian's face. Big sister, please don't. Chapter 4:15. Tang Cho was not reprimanded by Master Bing because he knew that in Master Bing's eyes, this army was just cannon fodder. But Tang Cho was extremely angry, and it was his own anger. After waiting bitterly for an hour, Duan-Mu, who was on the verge of collapsing, heard the voice of God. He was finally free. He was indeed forgotten. I have to bear the main responsibility for the defeat of this battle. I have an unshirkable responsibility in the formulation of the strategy. I apologize to everyone here. After Qi Guang admitted defeat, Tang Tian did not kill him, but used him as a sparring partner to train in the 1,000-cleave demonic hand. Ping, ping, ping. The 3 flowers were obviously not reliable, and Yaya easily tied the 3 of them up and dragged them back. There's no way to save them. Sai Lei raised his head to look at the screen, shook his head and sighed, then retracted his gaze and lowered his head to continue his work. More importantly, this strategy had many limitations. Sandow, you, despicable and shameless. They were long used to being mocked. Ever since they stepped into this line of work, the mockery and admonishment had never disappeared. Decline, no future, be more realistic. Mo-Ziyu and Mo Wu Wei stood up straight and roared at the same time. Yes. Bing came over. Yaya, you're worried that your master will find trouble with you, right? Yaya raised his head, his eyes shining, and nodded with all his might. After about half an hour, Duan-Mu's numb nerves finally regained their usual calmness and decisiveness. Yes. Tang Tian nodded his head. All the mechanical engineers were flushed red. Gasping for breath, they could not help but clench their fists. They felt as though there was lava flowing in their bodies, burning every corner of their bodies. Yen Tu's words were filled with indescribable anger. What's there to be afraid of gold-ranked martial artists? We can still kill them. That's right. What target is more attractive than this? What target is more irresistible to a mechanical engineer? Yaya was worried. Her small face frowned, unconsciously fiddling with her little finger. How will Master settle the score? Will he forget about this? Or Duan-Mu, who was tied up, seemed to have sensed something and could not help but shiver. Scarlet Light did not resist too much at first. For a prisoner of war, such treatment was quite good. Who knew that Tang Tian's energy was limitless, and he didn't know fatigue at all. The two of them glared at each other, panting desperately. At that time, they were strong. At that time, they had dignity. At that time, they had glory. Wu Xiao's scalp went numb. We haven't found out yet. Yes, no one has done it, but so what? We are going to do it. We have to be the strongest. We want to tell everyone that mechanisms are the greatest power. We have been forgotten for too long. I've had enough. We will tell them that the era of traps has come. We will tell them that our era has come. We are the strongest mechanical engineers. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Cho. Ping, gold-ranked martial artist. Our goal from now on is to become a gold-ranked martial artist. As long as we can kill the gold-ranked martial artist, we can have as much money as we want. It wouldn't be a problem for me to increase it by a few times. Watch my blade. Then Duan Mu realized that he had been forgotten. He laughed at himself and quietly waited for his fate. Scarlet Light was the martial artist who used the sawtooth blade. His face was filled with anger. I have already surrendered. What do you want? You can be killed, but you cannot be humiliated. Gold-ranked martial artists have dignity, training grounds. Very quickly, Scarlet Light felt that he could not take it anymore. He was exhausted every day. Tang Cho looked at the students in front of him expressionlessly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Their faces were filled with shame. Their performance in the battle was truly terrible. Tang Tian was also panting heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Tang Tian did not show any signs of weakness. He stared back at Scarlet Light, but he did not sit down. Instead, he held onto his knees and stood there. Tang Cho did not know that his thirst for battle, his thirst for victory, and even his pride were the same. Tang Tian looked at Scarlet Light, who was exhausted. The battle that day had given him great inspiration. What could be better than a gold-ranked martial artist to train with? What is the name of Three Spirits City now? The City of Traps. In the end, our agency was chopped up like melons and vegetables. This old lady has never lost so much face in my entire life. Subordinate. Wu Xia did not know how to answer. This time, we only have one goal. We want to design a mechanism that can kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Yen Tu's face darkened. Where did Tang Tian go? Yen Tu's tone was filled with suspicion. How could he disappear under our noses? And he disappeared for so many days. Again, Tang Tian threw the blade to Scarlet Light. I have said it before. My goal is to become the strongest trap engineer in history. How can a gold-ranked martial artist dare to be tough in front of me? Tang Tian was having fun, but he did not know that a group of people in Fairy City were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Tang Cho stood up and looked at everyone. He said solemnly, I will redesign our tactics. The intensity of our training will be greatly increased. I hope everyone will improve. Yaya's eyes lit up. Time passed day by day. In the Blood Meridian's laboratory, no one was satisfied with the battle. The one who ended the battle was Yiya, and the only thing they could do was to use the rabbit poison seed tactic. And as for how effective the poison was, they could not accurately estimate it. Tang Tian is back. He suddenly bowed. Sai Lei did not say anything about the mechanisms that they created being so weak, but in her heart, she was furious. As soon as the battle ended and the most urgent work was completed, all of the mechanical engineers were called before her, and then she mocked and ridiculed them for 2 hours. No one else. I want no one else. You understand? Duan Mu, what does all this have to do with you? One Scarlet Light was not enough to satisfy her. Mocu's face was flushed red. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. A strong sense of humiliation surfaced in his heart. He suddenly wanted to find a hole to hide in. Mo Wu Wei's face was green. He was expressionless, but he clenched his fists so tightly that they were trembling. It showed that his heart was not calm. Kill them. The era of traps. Our era. But thinking about the situation in Ophiuchus constellation, he shook his head. They were really lucky. It would take a while for the Duke to free his hands. Yaya was startled. Then he ran away happily. It's already 10 blades. How can your calculations be worse than mine? 10 blades minus 3 blades. There's still 9 blades. Bullshit. It's obviously only 7 blades. Forgotten by I. The word funds from Old Man Fay's mouth made all the old men and old women's eyes turn green. I admit defeat. The sawtooth blade martial artist straightforwardly let go of the sawtooth blade in his hand. He was so tired that he collapsed. He sat on the ground and stared at Tang Tian with his eyes wide open. He was so tired that his face was cramping and his expression was stiff. The Duke's operation had failed. The loss of 4 gold-ranked martial artists, adding on himself, it was a heavy loss. But after thinking about it, Duan Mu felt that to the Duke, although the loss of the 4 gold-ranked martial artists was heavy, it did not hurt his foundation. On the contrary, the strength of Three Spirits City was exposed. It would only make the Duke pay more attention to them. And to be targeted by the cunning and experienced Duke, it would be dangerous for Three Spirits City. 200 men roared in unison, yes. Even the most stable mechanical engineer could not help but tremble. The crowd was enraged. Killing intent soared. You think the gold-ranked martial artists are afraid? You think it's normal to not be able to block them? Hey, are you guys still men? Again. Everyone in Three Spirits City was in a mess. Everyone was busy summarizing the battle. Although the result was not bad, no one was satisfied with the battle. So, the best thing to do now is to continue to attack and act as if nothing happened. Suddenly, a scout barged in with an excited expression. Wouldn't I be the same as him if I sat down? No way. How can the winner be the same as the loser? It's more imposing to stand. Sai Lei stood on the table, looking crazy. There was not a trace of her usual alluring beauty. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. They silently endured all of this, but that era where mechanisms flourished appeared countless times in their dreams. Good. Only 7 blades. Actually, I have an idea. Bing said, you see, if you don't stay in front of your master, with his memory will he remember? Tang Chou did not know that there was a spirit general called Feng Chou. He was always thirsty for battle. You must have calculated wrongly. There are only 3 blades. The ambition in the depths of every mechanical engineer's heart that had been washed away by the cruel reality was fiercely pulled out by Sai Lei's crazy and hysterical screams. Duan Mu had been by Duke Fu Man's side for a long time. He understood Duke Fu Man's character. Duke Fu Man was stubborn. Failure would only make him more prepared. The next counterattack would be like a mountain pressing down on them. It would be unstoppable. Where did he go? What did he go to do? Yen Tu said coldly, we don't know anything. Ha! Didn't you say that every corner of the manor is guarded by spies? If we can't catch Tang Tian, our plan will be a joke. Am I here to be a joke? Bing, who had abducted the child laborers, was satisfied. The funds had been cut down so much, and there was nothing better than free labor like Yaya. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian nodded his head and said, 10 more blades. 10 more blades, and we will be done. Tang Tian's rapid improvement made him happy. It had been a long time since he felt such rapid improvement, but he was still not satisfied. There were only a few scattered people by his side. The other mechanical engineers had already returned to their posts, burying their heads in work. Kill them. Really 10 blades. Qi Guang looked at Tang Tian in disbelief and reminded him sternly, you are a man of your word. Ah, right. Sai Lei seems to have a prisoner. Chapter 416. Andromeda City's Manor. Behind Shangguan Qian Hui stood a cold and indifferent-looking young lady, with gray eyes dressed in the same military uniform. Her most eye-catching feature was her head of short red hair. Jie Shangguan walked to a spirit horse and mounted it, her black hair fluttering in the wind. She raised her right arm up high. The snow-white glove was like a flag, guiding the silent army. You know about it too. Tang Tian's face was surprised. He was confused. Did I tell you before? Why don't I remember? Xiao Ren had a look of helplessness. General, can you not be so open and above board? Shouldn't a lady be more reserved? That's right. We need to find Chia. Tang Tian's gaze was far away. He was in a daze. I wonder how Chia is doing. I have become a monster. My longing for you is the sharpest sword in my hands. Tang Tian was startled. The young man's heart had already flown far away. She relied on her own strength to subdue spirit generals, build an army, and went on expeditions to find a way back. So fussy, Ling Su snorted. He stood up and returned to his room to train. Let's go. Angelina was frightened by Tang Tian's expression and could only say, it's just some of your achievements and some of your past. Tang Yi was a man of few words. His emotions were restrained. His thoughts rarely showed on his face. He quietly followed by Tang Tian's side. As per usual, ever since the appearance of the crazy young man, the number of scouts has doubled. Crane said leisurely, seems like our crazy young man is still very attractive. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up with fanaticism. The sharp and valiant young lady in front of her was the invincible war god that she worshipped. He was the god of war who had never been defeated in this battlefield that had been soaked in slaughter and slaughter. Xiao Ran did not say a word. After tidying up the military uniform, Jie Shangwan's expression became serious again. The gentleness in her eyes faded away and became as sharp as a sword. His delicate and flawless face was filled with determination. He wore a dark green military uniform with a golden ribbon. His shiny black hair draped over his shoulders, giving him a heroic aura. If you still need anything, feel free to tell Crane. Tang Tian continued. He suddenly turned the spearhead around and fiercely stabbed it into his chest. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, but his body did not leave a single mark. The current Caramel Academy was the most famous academy in Wuan Star, and no one could compare to it. Even youths from nearby planets would travel tens of thousands of miles to come here. The principal, Old Fart Wei, even more wretchedly carved a stone tablet with the words Godlike Academy written on it. The tree was planted at the most conspicuous position of the academy's main gate. Chia. Immortal constellations, Jie Shangwan? Angelina asked curiously. Tang Tian and Jie Shangwan's relationship was not a secret, and following the rise of Tang Tian's reputation, many of Tang Tian's secrets were dug out. General, are you thinking about Tang Tian? The red-haired young lady said coldly. The war is imminent, but the commander-in-chief is thinking about his lover and not thinking about how to win. This war is truly worrying. But, teacher, little Sue is not afraid of pain at all. Little Sue is afraid that in front of his fate, he does not have any power to retaliate. Angelina did not know what to say. This brat, can he have a bit of the demeanor of an expert? He truly did not need anything. The Andromeda battle robes were the first to be changed. The master had also approved the funds for the energy room, and the construction of the wolf stronghold was done without sparing any effort. All of Tang Tian's requests were fulfilled by Tang Tian. Only the core armies would be able to enjoy such treatment. The sound of the bugle horn, the killing intent, along with the wind, blew far away. Returning to the room, Ling Su's face was slightly pale. He removed the bandages on his body. His body was silver white. It was not Angelina's first time at the scene, but every time she came, she would have a different feeling. The weather had turned cold, and in the thin mist, the cold and majestic bronze fortress was already revealing a sinister and austere aura. It is better to be clear of the opponent's intentions. Crane said cautiously. The wind blew the young lady's long hair, her exquisite face without a speck of dust. Ling Su's arrogant face became gentle, revealing a look of longing. Teacher knew, with his body, if he wanted to train the pointed sea spear. No, the Ares spear of stars, he needed to pay a price. Tang Yi shook his head. I don't need anything. You didn't tell me. I saw it from the Immortal Martial News. Angelina explained. The Immortal Martial News had an article about you. It was very detailed. On the contrary, Master Tang Tian's support for the Lupus army was somewhat over the line and did not conform to common sense. It was not a choice that a qualified commander would make. His body was completely silver. A cold intent flashed past Ling Su's eyes. Probably only lovers who meet every day have the qualifications to be reserved. Chia Shanghai Guan's gaze was slightly blurred. She suddenly stood up, tidied up her military uniform. With a soft voice, she muttered, My longing for him is the source of my pursuit of victory. Are you guys really leaving? Angelina could not help but ask. Her expression was filled with worry. Tang Tian and the rest were all tyrannical. If they were to leave, then they would encounter the enemy's high-level fighting power, and they would be very passive. Chia Shanghai Guan followed the mountain path down. At the foot of the mountain, a strict and orderly spirit general army stood quietly. The eternally unchanging gray sky, the rusty ground, could not be seen to the end. When she entered the Southern Cross constellation, she did not expect to accidentally enter the ancient battlefield. It was the place where the three big armies fought. The three sides suffered countless casualties, and the corpses piled up. The killing intent was too heavy, causing spirit generals to float everywhere. And after 10,000 years, they were all abnormally strong. But Master definitely did not want me to walk to this step. Oh, they even mentioned Chia Shanghai Guan. Ling Su quietly wrapped the bandages around his body. The bandages were no longer able to help him alleviate the pain, but he was still used to using bandages, tightly wrapping his body. Have you found out about the other party's situation? Chia Shanghai Guan tightened her gloves and asked indifferently. Her mind suddenly surfaced the cold and mysterious figure, and immediately mocked herself. Even if everyone in the world died, he would not be moved. Master Bing did not have any requests for the Lupus army. Tang Yi was not angry at all, because in terms of strength and growth, the Lupus army was truly a cannon fodder army. If not for Tang Yi pouring so much blood and sweat into the army, he would not be so reluctant. Chia Shanghai Guan's heroic and imposing face had a tinge of shyness, an unspeakable charm. She chuckled. I always think of Big Brother Tian. After fighting so many battles, Xiao Ran still has no confidence in me. It really makes me sad. In this period of time, a few merchant groups had already entered Lupus constellation, and both parties were getting closer and closer. Without any warning, his hand trembled, and the spear tip pierced into the wall. But his spear technique was much stronger than before. Without any reason, he continued to tell himself with a clear conscience to be at ease as a cannon fodder army. I found out, Xiao Ren said excitedly. It is an old division of the Scorpio army. After they died, they became spirit generals and gathered together. The more powerful one is a military general of the Scorpio army. This will be more troublesome. His strength had recently improved greatly, and he had a strong thirst for battle. Furthermore, he could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. The scouts were like a group of flies. For him to be able to endure until now was completely due to Crane's efforts. For example, the Andromeda battle robe. Not only was it given to the Lupus army because of the large number of energy beasts, Angelina and the rest started to research on the Andromeda battle boots and other accessories with the intention of creating an Andromeda set. One could imagine when the Lupus army was equipped with the Andromeda set, their fighting strength would definitely be reborn. Angelina was shocked by Tang Tian's anxious gaze and suddenly felt envious, since when would there be someone so concerned about his safety? other than father. The lupus stronghold was already in its embryonic form. It was purely a stronghold, firmly guarding the season's field's waterway, and at the same time protecting Fairy City. The higher-ups said, Jie Shanghai seems to be isolated by a strong force, and they are unable to obtain any concrete information. But the star power of Perseus constellation is recovering at an astonishing rate, and the treasures of Perseus constellation are also quickly strengthening. There is only one possibility, and that is the power of Perseus' crown has already completely recovered. Your Jie Shanghai is becoming stronger. Ling Su grinned. The pain in his body was even more intense than before, and at every moment it was eroding his state of mind. The pain of the silver transformation was 100 times more than before. A groan sounded out from outside the wall. Tang Tian said to Tang, Once the lupus stronghold is built, we will set off. I will leave this place to you. Ling Su snorted and said impatiently, I already said to let me kill them all and end it all. All those distant goals no longer seemed that far away. The figure that was imprinted in his heart was the motivation for him to overcome the pain. She watched quietly, and her heart was filled with more confidence. The strength that Tang Tian displayed exceeded her expectations. The progress of the lupus stronghold was extremely fast. All of them were made of bronze. It was extremely spectacular. It could be seen behind Tang Tian. There was a huge mechanical team. Chia. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and asked anxiously, what did the higher-ups say? Jie Shanghai nodded. Let's go. On a rock protruding from the cliff, a young lady in a dark green military uniform, wearing snow-white gloves, propped her chin, her bright black eyes gazing into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Yes, Tang Yi did not speak any nonsense. But such a thing had really happened. Master did not hesitate to support him, to support the cannon fodder army that he was leading. There was no reason for them to continue to be weak. She gazed at the strict army, but her heart had flown far away. What did the higher-ups say? Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his face full of excitement. Wearing a white robe with gold edges, he picked up the silver spear at the side. Tang Tian was slightly disappointed and muttered, They didn't even know to send someone to interview me. I have so many battle achievements, so powerful. Really, the people of Immortal Martial are too unprofessional. Tang Yi could not find any reason not to risk his life to serve. The entire lupus army could not find any reason not to risk their lives to serve. Chapter 417. Your Majesty, please. Crane bowed and extended his hand out. An unremarkable gray aura suddenly appeared in front of Ling Su. Ling Su laughed sinisterly. Crazy Tang, you came at the right time. The old hatred and the new hatred, I will settle it today. Watch my spear. Andromeda or Ion, Star Door. To be able to become the commander of an army at the age of 27, such qualifications were rarely seen in the entire Heaven's Road. Although the hunting net army that he commanded was the weakest of the three armies, but everyone knew that it was because of his qualifications, and not because of his strength. Before the two lunatics could react, he had to stay far away from them. Damn it! They escaped too quickly. Ling Su's gaze harbored ill intentions as he looked at Crane, his spear tip pointed at Crane, and roared, Little Crane, since he ran, then come and fight with me. Adrian's mouth revealed a sneer. In the past, when I roamed the various constellations in Heaven's Road, I stayed in Ursa Major constellation for half a year. In the entire Ursa Major constellation, everyone is filled with ambition. Yen Yonglai has worked hard, and the current Ursa Major constellation has already reached the peak. If they want to improve, they can only expand outwards. If they expand outwards, they only have one choice. That's right. Adrian revealed a smile. Bear King Yen Yonglai, this person has a fiery temper. If he knew that Yen Tu died in Fairy City, he would definitely attack Andromeda Constellation. Only then did Ling Su see the opponent clearly. He was dressed in gray, his face pale white, his eyes empty, his facial features like a doll, extremely flat, but the deepest impression was the smile on his mouth, which took up a third of his face, cold and demonic. The two of them immediately sensed danger. Crane carefully searched in his mind for a long time, then shook his head. Never heard of him. Ling Su's pupils constricted. The hand holding onto the spear tip pressed down. The spear tip was like a venomous snake, accurately hitting the gray aura. When Flute led the hunting net army to arrive, he was stunned by the scene in front of him, and the arrival of the army caused the opponent's martial artists to quickly retreat. That's right. Adrian straightforwardly nodded his head. If Andromeda Constellation only has Angelina and the Plateau Army, doing this is undoubtedly seeking death. However, there's one more variable now. A cold light flickered in Adrian's eyes. Also, the fierceness of the battle for the Stargate puzzles me. Why did so many experts suddenly appear? The timing is too coincidental. There is a possibility that the Honorable Martial Alliance has already colluded with the Ursa Major constellation. In the past few days, the battles surrounding the Star Door were extremely intense. 3 of the Honorable Martial Alliance's gold-ranked martial artists had fallen, but Orion Constellation's losses were even greater. More than 5 gold-ranked martial artists were in a coma. Axiu and Lu Zhongguang sucked in a breath of cold air. They understood what their teacher meant. Wait, Adrian said confidently. We'll wait for reinforcements and an opportunity. Such a weird true power. This ray of gray light appeared very suddenly without any warning. It was like a wisp of dangerous gray fog that covered Ling Su's eyes. Lu Zhongguang also revealed a look of worry. If the Grizzly Bear Army took over Andromeda Constellation, they would be able to attack Orion Constellation. Orion Constellation itself was not known for commerce, so the Andromeda, Orion Star Door was extremely important to Orion Constellation. It was not the first time Crane had passed through the Star Door, but the current Star Door was completely different from before and was in a complete mess, a wave of power that was filled with the smell of defeat drilled into his arm. Crane was stunned and pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Me? Hey. This has nothing to do with me, right? Hey, quickly stop. Teacher is talking about Tang Tian. Axiu was surprised. Does teacher think that they can reach the Grizzly Bear Army? General Lu has already taken control of the Star Door. Our reinforcements are already on the way. Adrian explained. Our mission is simple. We need to make Yen Tu stay. In another corner of Andromeda City, in an unremarkable house, 3 people huddled together. This brat is truly strong to be able to escape from this. Eye-blocking lasso, there are not many people. The other party chuckled. The other party did not care about Ling Su. He turned his head and glanced at Crane, who was not far away, and muttered to himself. Very vigilant. Angelina happily walked towards the garden. Crane stood straight, looked at the place where the mysterious martial artist disappeared, and thought to himself. After a few leaps, Crane landed beside Ling Su and asked curiously, "Who is he?" The other party did not expect Ling Su to be so ferocious and retreated in a panic. Ling Su shook his head. "I don't know, but he had a technique just now called eye-blocking lasso. Have you heard of this technique before? Who are you?" "Teacher, what do you mean?" Axiu's eyes lit up. Crane took the chance to escape and landed beside Angelina, who was dumbstruck. He exhaled and warmly bowed. "Your Majesty, please don't laugh." Flute did not dare to be careless and quickly set up a defense. Ling Su looked at the hole in the wall. His spear just now, although he did not use any powerful techniques, but the power was not weak, and the other party was able to receive it so easily and then counterattack without making a sound. It showed how strong he was. Adrian and Axiu were shocked at the same time. Yen, too, was the #1 successor of Ursa Major constellation, and his position in Ursa Major constellation was very important. What kind of mission would Yen, too, personally come for? Yes, there was no movement previously, until Tang Tian appeared. Lu Zhong Guang frowned. Don't tell me their target is Tang Tian, but they do not have any enmity with Tang Tian. Under the sunlight, his body actually dissipated like smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The two of them cried out and started to fight. Waha! Tang Tian, who had just rushed back, was pleasantly surprised. Hey, youngsters, you are full of fighting spirit. I'm coming too. Have a taste of this godlike young lad's thousand-cleaved demonic hand. Take this. That's right, for such a boorish and uncultured person. How can he be worth your time? The sun is shining brightly today, and the roses in the garden are in full bloom. It is a good time to drink some tea and rest. I wonder if your majesty is willing to come. Crane's face had a smile like the spring breeze, and bowed gracefully. Why do they want to control Andromeda constellation? Axiu asked. Then what do we do? Lu Zhongguang asked straightforwardly. He had to first clear up the ruins and rearrange the defensive line. That way they could defend for a long time. Also, he had an even more important mission. Ling Su looked around unwillingly. He had finally met a good opponent and thought that he could fight to his heart's content, but who knew that the opponent would run away with a feint. Ling Su's fighting spirit that had just been ignited suddenly hung in the air without a place to go. We have General Sound Flute. Adrian's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist. After this victory, my Orion constellation will no longer have to worry about future troubles. Don't look down on Tang Tian. Adrian shook his head. If we were to say that Yen Yong Lai is a bear, then Tang Tian and his people are a pack of wolves. If Yen Yong Lai wants to get rid of Tang Tian and his people, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be our chance. Sound Flute quietly watched his subordinates clean up the battlefield. Looking at the ruins around him, his heart was filled with emotions. Sound Flute's physique was thin and weak, looking like he could not even stand the wind. His face was pale white like a weak scholar. But if they looked down on him because of that, then they would die without knowing how to write. A strange look flashed past the martial artist's eyes. The two hands that were hidden in front of him drew in the air. Between Ursa Major constellation and Orion constellation, there was only Andromeda constellation. If Andromeda constellation entered the embrace of Ursa Major constellation, then to Orion constellation, it would be an extremely bad situation, as though they were stabbed in the back. They usually like this. Angelina pointed to the two people who were shouting and screaming and asked blankly. Axiu was slightly worried. Wouldn't that give him an excuse to attack? Axiu replied, solemnly, it will not be an alliance. If it is an alliance, Yen too can just walk into Fairy City. But Yen too has quietly snuck in and has not shown himself. But that cold aura was like a bone maggot chasing after him closely. The faintly discernible killing intent was like an erratic poisonous snake, causing him to be unable to pinpoint the opponent's position. It's Yen Tu. Yen Tu is here. Lu Zhongguang's tone was filled with excitement. Not only Yen Tu, there are two other Ursa Major martial artists beside him. These two old fellows are too powerful. We were almost discovered by them. Ling Su turned a deaf ear. His spear was like rain, and he laughed sinisterly. Little Crane, count it as your bad luck today. A light flashed past Adrian's eyes, and he suddenly asked Lu Zhongguang. They didn't make any movements earlier. Ling Su asked in a deep voice. He shook his arm, and the gray and strange true power slowly dissipated. the astonishing destructive power of a gold-ranked martial artist was displayed vividly. The once flourishing city was now in ruins. If Wu Xia saw the three of them, he would definitely be shocked. The three of them were Adrian, Axiu, and Lu Zhongguang, who had clearly left Fairy City. When Adrian heard that a large number of unknown martial artists suddenly appeared near the starry door, he felt that something was wrong. They pretended to be supporting the starry door, and then quietly returned to Fairy City and hid. Angelina was stunned. Master Crane, so beautiful! She quickly regained her senses and said shyly, "That's great." "No, their target is Andromeda constellation." Adrian shook his head. "It seems like they want to quietly control Andromeda constellation. To control Andromeda constellation, they have to control two people at the same time. One is Tang Tian, and the other is Angelina. Angelina is easy to handle, but Tang Tian is not. We will meet again in the future." He suddenly turned his head and grinned at Ling Su. It was indescribably terrifying. His body stopped abruptly. The opponent rushed forward a few steps, stopped, and turned his body. Li Yan, two behind. Xiao and Lu Zhongguang jumped in fright. Without thinking, Ling Su rubbed his fingers on the spear shaft, causing it to spin violently like a venomous dragon coming out of its cave. At the same time, he exerted strength in his body and dashed towards the wall. Bang! The wall in front of Ling Su was like a piece of paper. Countless rocks flew everywhere. And Ling Su was like a ferocious tiger, soaring through the air. Chapter 418. Fu Man looked at Shi Lin expressionlessly. In his heart, he sighed. Initially, he thought that this mission could push Shi Lin to the front of his majesty. Never did he expect that it would be a failure. Fu Man had been observing Shi Lin's actions. Even he did not think that Shi Lin had made any mistakes throughout the entire mission. "Go wash your face," Fu Man said slowly. "Ha ha ha." Yen too ignored Tang Tian and looked at Adrian. "Mr. Hunter, I have always admired you. If Mr. Hunter is willing to work for the Ursa Major constellation, please let me know if you have any requests." Adrian smiled and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness." "How can I, Adrian, receive Your Highness's favor?" But Adrian's body is already half in the grave. Glory and wealth are useless to me. Hey, this is my territory, okay? Tang Tian realized that he was being ignored. He could not help but jump out and shout. The martial artist was interested. "Do you want to support Adrian?" "What a pity. I have always admired Hunter." But the bronze base was like a bottomless swamp, swallowing the four gold-ranked martial artists cleanly. "Awesome." Yen too shook his head, full of regret. "Mr. is a great talent. It is my regret that I cannot use him. What a pity, what a pity. I can only bury you here today." But the three of them suddenly felt as though they were in a vast, starry sky. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. That was normal, 1 against 3. When was the last time they were looked down upon like this? The ring on Adrian's finger suddenly lit up. An unfamiliar voice sounded. "Do you want to support Adrian?" "What a pity. I have always admired Hunter." "Let's go." Adrian did not hesitate. How could such a person be a leader? That was a King Bear martial artist. The leader of the small team's face darkened. Honorable Martial Alliance. Tang Tian's expression became ferocious. He clenched his teeth and said, "You dare to behave atrociously in my territory? You must be tired of living. Brothers, get your weapons." What kind of spear technique was that?" "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Xia replied respectfully. Blood trickled down the corner of Ling Su's mouth, but there was a fanatical look on his face. It was as if he had discovered some exquisite delicacy, and the light in his eyes was so fanatical that it caused one's heart to palpitate. The cold light was like the sea and the vast stars. The team leader's complexion changed greatly. No one noticed that the ring on the finger of a martial artist behind him lit up imperceptibly. Wu Xiao's heart trembled. No problem. He did not tell Shi Lin that the failure of this mission would force them to keep a low profile. Axiu and Lu Zhongguang, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, were once again dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Ling Su, as if they were looking at a monster. Crane covered his face with his hands. Tang Tian's question made him feel ashamed. We were just talking about other people. Tang Tian asked curiously, "Hey, who are you?" Shi Lin hurriedly ran to the bathroom and hastily washed his face. He looked much more energetic. Crane stood up, his black robe fluttering even though there was no wind. His expression was calm. He held onto his sword and said coldly, "Everyone's actions are somewhat rude." The martial artist on the right of Yen Tu was called Jian Feng Yuan. He snorted, and unknowingly a ghost head blade appeared in his hand. He raised the blade and slashed down without any fancy moves. The thick and sturdy beam produced a sound that made people's teeth ache. Axiu and Lu Zhongguang's expression changed. Was this the power of a major martial artist? The two martial artists beside Yen Tu were enraged. Since when did someone dare to be so arrogant in front of them? That's good too. It saves us 2 trips. Yen Tu stood up, his face filled with killing intent. "Bring your men and take down Angelina. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Go and find Tang Tian." Adrian said in a deep voice. Ling Su, who was in the air, was excited. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Once he unleashed his spear, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The fighting intent that he had been suppressing for the past few days was unleashed with this spear. The indestructible silver liquid caused the tip of his spear to shine like a star. Flute's nose is very sensitive. The martial artist in the middle chuckled. "I'll handle this." Huafu Man patted Shi Lin's shoulder. "Do what you have to do first." The 2 major martial artists beside Yen Tu suddenly opened their eyes. A cold light flashed in their eyes. The aura around their bodies suddenly increased, and an astonishing pressure filled the entire hall. The air seemed to have solidified, and it was suffocating. Huafu Man did not show his worry on his face. After looking at Shi Lin for a long time, he suddenly said, "Raise your head." A godlike young man. How could he be ignored? Crane was deep in thought, while Tang Tian exclaimed, "Wah! So cunning! So cunning! Go and find Tang Tian." Why? Lu Zhongguang did not understand. Axiu, on the other hand, looked at his teacher with admiration. A small team was flying through the wilderness. They suddenly stopped in their tracks. In front of them, there were 3 martial artists blocking their way. To be able to block the combined attack of 2 major martial artists and still be safe and sound was already unbelievable. And at this time, he still said, again. Adrian, who had been calm all along, upon seeing Ling Su's breathtaking spear, his body suddenly straightened, the light in his eyes exploding, and his heart was in a perilous state. Ka. Axiu felt extremely strange. Ling Su was just like the rumors, a hot-tempered martial arts fanatic. But he could not understand Tang Tian's behavior. Humiliation. The 2 major martial artists instinctively attacked at the same time. 4 gold-ranked martial artists with such strength, it was not a difficult task to flatten a small planet or destroy a city. Dense cracks appeared on the exquisite screen, like a spider web. Ding, 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 ding. Huafu Man's face darkened, and he stood up from his chair. "Look at you. I'm not dead yet. Just a small matter, and you look like you've lost your soul. 4 gold-ranked martial artists are dead. So what if they're dead? Our family can afford to die. I've built up the foundation. I'll pay for it. No problem. Even if you lose everything, it's no problem." You can come back after you lose. You have enough capital, but you can't admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you're not fit to be my son. Huo Man's behavior was an insult to the Ursa major martial artists. A long laugh came from outside the door, and the wooden door of the hall was smashed into pieces. Amidst the flying sawdust, the three of them walked in slowly. Yen Tu's face was filled with arrogance, and his lips curled into a cold smile. It's true, I heard that Tang Tian is a powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. I'm very disappointed. Shi Lin looked up blankly. Lu Zhongguang said fiercely, "Don't waste your energy. Work for you? You're shameless." Ah Wu. Shi Lin quivered and subconsciously stood up. Ha 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 ha. Ling Su stopped practicing and walked to Tang Tian's side. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his face was filled with eagerness. Seems like I can have a good fight today. Where to? Lu Zhongguang did not understand. Such a person, no matter how you look at him, does not look normal. Crane was speechless, and his heart was filled with a strong urge to turn around and leave such a challenge. It's really too hooligan, okay? If you don't know how to, can you give this important task to me? The three of their faces changed. Fu Man frowned and shouted, "Stand still." Three Spirits City, Tang Tian's manor. The martial artist on the left of Yen Tu was called Rong Ro. His face was solemn, and with a flick of his finger, a circle of formless ripples flew out from his finger, covering the incoming stars. Adrian did not hide anything, and told them everything he knew. "Let's go, I'm getting impatient." Yen Tu said to the two Ursa major martial artists beside him, full of arrogance. Yen Tu was not surprised and said, "Mister, even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for your disciple?" Adrian was calm, and after saying that, he kept quiet. What about Three Spirits City? Shi Lin was not satisfied. Yen Tu listened to Wu Xia's report and smiled. Oh, Adrian went to look for Tang Tian. Ling Su was so bored that he ran to a corner to practice his spear. To be able to be named as the king of the constellation was undoubtedly the most outstanding martial artist of the constellation. In the Ursa major constellation, there were only 7 people who had the title of King Bear. The 2 of them did not even make a move, but just their aura was already terrifying. Around the 2 of them, there seemed to be a circle of transparent ripples spreading out in all directions. The 2 of them were expressionless, and their expressions were cold. "What?" Tang Tian jumped up and scolded. "Little Crane, this kind of behavior, is it only rude?" "I'm just being polite." "Is this guy crazy?" Pointing his silver spear at the 3 of them. Ling Su shouted, again. Shi Lin's face revealed a look of shame. Suddenly, a carefree laugh came out from a pile of rubble. Bang! The pile of rubble suddenly exploded, and the rubble fell like rain. Ling Su carried his silver spear and slowly walked out. He had underestimated Three Spirits City. The sound of the bell lingered, faintly discernible. Fu Man blamed himself. In front of him, Shi Lin's face was ashen, and his expression was dejected. This failure was a huge blow to him. The loss of 4 gold-ranked martial artists. Fu Man did not feel any pain, but Shi Lin's current state made him worried. Ling Su flew back at an even faster speed and smashed into the wall. Bang! The entire wall collapsed. This spear. Xiao and Lu Zhongguang heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Their minds had the same thought, as expected of a King Bear martial artist. Ling Su's actions were too rash. In Crane's vision, a silver figure flashed past. It was Ling Su, who was hungry for food. Oh no, he was already impatient. Roared, he shot forward like an arrow. His spear tips were like rain, covering the 3 of them. Lu Zhongguang was dumbstruck. Xiao was also dumbstruck. Even Adrian was dumbstruck. Does he not want his life? I should have thought of it earlier. With Duan Mu's strength, even if he could not win, it would not be difficult for him to escape. But now there was no news of him. The pupils of the three of them suddenly dilated, their faces revealing a look of surprise. Crane. The concentrated and crisp sounds of impact sounded like beans being fried. A man threw out a piece of paper. "Pack your things. His Majesty wishes for you to go to the south. The Aboriginals there have been restless recently." Chapter 4:19. Yen Tu's body was like a star map. The spots that Ashio had pointed out lit up. It was a beautiful sight. Yen Tu snorted and said with disdain, "You want to trap me with this trick?" "Ha ha ha." Yen Tu laughed. "To be able to surprise a hunter, it gives me a sense of achievement." Tang Tian opened his eyes wide. "Hey, Ling Su, I am cheering for you. This old man looks very powerful." Crane rubbed his nose. "I knew you would fan the flames. Am I too quiet? Why did I think of the phrase crane among chickens?" Silence. No one responded. Yes, Adrian admitted his mistake. "I've always wondered why His Majesty the Bear King would send Her Highness here personally. I thought it was because of His Majesty Bear King, but now I understand. It is because of His Highness's strength. His Highness is the strongest among the three of them." Adrian waved his hand. "You don't have to say that, His Highness. Adrian has no regrets in ending the rest of his life in this way." "This asshole." "Crane, this is a form of training." "Yes, it is a form of training," Crane interrupted Jian, Feng Yuan expressionlessly, Sagittarius constellation, "and I do not have any grudges. You don't have to say anything more. Make your move." Crane. Yen too felt the resistance around him increase, as though he had fallen into a swamp. "Ling Su, beat him up." Tang Tian cheered from the side. "This guy, is he a genius? Hey, how can you treat your little friend like this?" Tang Tian mumbled. Stubbornness, fanaticism, these were not the traits he liked. But when these traits were mixed together, the silver-haired young man in front of him was so dazzling that no one could look at him directly. The light spots exploded one by one, and in the blink of an eye, all the light spots on his body disappeared. Adrian had never seen such power in such a young man, although the spirit domain in Ling Su's spear arts was very faint, so faint that it was almost undetectable, but it was definitely the spirit domain. The nephew of the Sagittarius Empress. Yen Tu made his move. His body was like an arrow as he pounced towards Tang Tian. His figure was tall and sturdy. This pounce was extremely sudden, and his momentum was like that of a ferocious tiger, extremely domineering. "Mister, if you—" Yen Tu's heart was stirred again. Yen Tu admires Mister's abilities. Yen Tu's words of admiration were sincere. Yen Tu glared at him angrily. "Get lost!" Ling Su advanced with his spear in hand. His footsteps were heavy like a drum. His battle intent surged, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. An intense and frenzied battle intent surged towards the three. Adrian couldn't help but glance at his proud disciple, Xiao. The two of them had similar temperament and style, but it was obvious that Crane had walked further than Xiao. All right, in any case, any opponent would be better than Crazy Tang. Calm down, calm down. Crane, you are a cultured and courteous disciple of an aristocratic family. Do not bicker with these nouveau riches. Crane's face froze. Yen Tu was surprised. Not bad, Elder Rong. I want him alive. Shut up. The veins on Ling Su's forehead were throbbing. Adrian already did not know how to describe his feelings. Ling Su had already made him feel that he was incomparably breathtaking and brought him a huge impact. Now Crane, who had always kept a low profile, suddenly exploded with a strong aura, and he could smell that unique scent again. Silence! Crane was expressionless, and the hand that was holding onto the hilt of his sword suddenly tightened. Let it all end. His eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and the aura on his body became even more intense. With a roar, the aura that enveloped both of his arms suddenly twisted and transformed into a bare head that roared angrily and clashed with Adrian's palms. Above the Grandmaster level was the spirit domain. "Elder Jian, I want him alive," Yen Tu said in a deep voice. Crane raised his stiff face, and his eyes were cold. The hand that was holding onto the hilt of his sword suddenly loosened its grip. The screen that was originally full of cracks instantly shattered. Because of that kind of stubborn fanaticism, it was really shocking. In the midst of the shattered aura, Adrian's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he pointed at Crane and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Little Crane, no one cares about you. No, there. People. Reason. You." But why did his judgment waver so much? Hey, I say, the main character is here. The expert that you are destined to be defeated is here. Look here, look clearly. Xiu's face changed, and he looked at Yen Tu in disbelief. How could Yen Tu be so strong, as expected of a hunter? Yen Tu laughed. "Although you have mastered the spirit domain, you are still not my opponent. Don't be careless. You are a shrewd old man. If you are not careful, you will be in danger. It was the power of the spirit domain." Adrian was not sure. He had always prided himself on his sharp eyes, but this time the young man in front of him made him feel uncertain. Was it the spirit domain that interfered with his judgment? Adrian immediately denied it. He was only one step away from the sacred domain, and his understanding of the spirit domain was much deeper than Ling Su. Sure enough, he was laughed at. Xiu groaned, and his whole body flew out. Crane took a step forward. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like the stars. He said elegantly, "May I ask, who is my opponent?" His gaze landed on Tang Tian, and his eyes narrowed. If he could capture this guy, he would win. He had wasted so much of his time on such an idiot. He had been too careful. The so-called miracle was all thanks to the two thugs beside him. "I never thought that I would end my life as a failure. Seems like I died a worthy death." Adrian laughed at himself, and his expression was calm, without fear. Everyone was familiar with another term, the sacred domain. Mastering the power of the spirit domain was a prerequisite to being bestowed as a saint. No wonder he was a descendant of a famous family. Adrian was shocked. Crane thought to himself, "This is a form of cultivation." Jian Fengyuan was on the verge of tears. If you say there is no conflict, then there is no conflict? If the Empress says there is no conflict, then there is no conflict. Wrong. If the Empress says there is no conflict, then no one would dare to believe that there is no conflict. If you don't shut up, I will stab you to death with my spear. Ling Su turned his spear and pointed it at Tang Tian, his face full of anger as he scolded. Only Tang Tian's heartless laughter echoed in the hall. "Ha ha! Little Crane, you are such a failure. How can no one care about you?" Yen Tu pretended not to see anything. He did not want to interfere with Crane's trouble, as long as Crane was not hurt. The three of them attacked at the same time. Surrounding Yen Tuesday, "I am very unhappy that all of you made a mistake like this." "Yes, Your Highness." Rong Ro bowed and replied respectfully. He straightened his back and slowly walked towards Ling Su. The current Crane was like an unsheathed treasure sword, releasing a terrifying aura. Adrian's gaze could not help but fall on Ling Su's face. Under his silver hair was a face of fanaticism, and his orange eyes revealed a thirst for battle, causing him to be stunned. Pa. Yen Tu's eyes revealed a look of pity. "That is a pity." "Shut up." Ling Su turned his head, his face full of anger. Even the most basic and low-level spear technique, if it had the power of the spirit domain, it would become extremely terrifying. Adrian's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and there seemed to be a ray of light deep in his eyes. Both of his palms were sealed, and his movements were extremely slow, as though there was glue stuck to both of his palms. Yen Tu snorted and did not slow down at all. His entire body rushed towards Adrian, and with both of his hands in front of his body, he suddenly pushed outwards. Xiu's face was flushed red, but his eyes were even brighter. His fingers were flying and consecutively hit Yen Tu's body more than 10 times. He suddenly realized that the most fatal part of their plan was that they had underestimated Yen Tu's strength. Crane lowered his eyes, and the arms under his black robe trembled slightly. It was annoying to judge a book by its cover. A figure blocked his way. It was Adrian. At the same time, a figure appeared on his left and right. It was Xiu and Lu Zhongguang. Adrian also realized this problem, but he did not panic. Instead, he calmly stood up and said, "Your Highness's strength is really unexpected." "Yes, Your Highness." Jian Feng, Yuan replied. Of course, he knew Crane's identity. If Yen Tu did not want to provoke him, he would not provoke him either. But now that Yen Tu had given the order, Jian Feng Yuan had no choice but to obey. Roar! Yen Tu frowned slightly. Compared to Ling Su, Crane was much more difficult to deal with. To be able to become famous in the Heaven's Road, none of the women were easy to provoke. But for the Sagittarius Empress, who owned the Sagittarius constellation and was an archer saint, Yen Tu was sure that even his father would not dare to provoke her. Pa! Bang! I understand. Adrian nodded his head. Your Highness knows that I have gained enlightenment on the spirit domain, but you are still so confident. There are only 2 possibilities. First, Your Highness is a saint, but obviously not. Although you have gained enlightenment on the spirit domain, you are still far from being a saint. Then, there is only one possibility: Your Highness has a treasure on you. Seems like I have to take the initiative, right? Adrian's gaze landed on Crane's extremely beautiful face. It was a completely different style from Ling Su's fanaticism. It was so calm that it caused people to feel a chill in their bones. Jian Feng Yuan said, Your Highness Sagittarius constellation and my Ursa Major constellation do not have any conflict of interest, 7th or 8th level. The cold light in Crane's eyes flourished. The crane sword in his hand suddenly extended out horizontally, his loose and elegant black robe fluttering without any wind. The sharp sword chi instantly filled the entire hall. The floor tiles and walls in the hall all had countless of small scars. Xiu pursed his lips tightly, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a voice filled with dissatisfaction came in between the 2 of them. The voice was low and deep, like a bear in the mountains. Yen Tu's entire body lit up with a circle of brown light. Both of his arms extended outwards, like a ferocious bear pouncing on its prey. The power was tyrannical. He had seen countless spear techniques and geniuses, but Ling Su's spear had moved him, because this spear had a trace of spirit domain in it. The reason why the 2 king bear martial artists could not help but defend themselves was because of the effect of the spirit domain. Xiu and Lu Zhongguang's attacks hit. Yen Tu roared in anger, and his body trembled. Lu Zhongguang only felt a strong force, and his entire body flew out. The entire hall was silent. The huge contrast between Crane's actions caused everyone to be shocked and speechless. Was this still the same gentle and elegant youth from before that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze? Jian Feng Yuan addressed Crane as Your Highness Crane, which was not inappropriate. The Empress did not have any children, and Crane was the most likely successor to Sagittarius constellation, so it was not wrong to address him as Your Highness. Chapter 420. After cultivating to Yen Tu's level, his 6 senses were extremely sensitive. Crane and Ling Su's gazes made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Why was he being stared at like that? Yen Tu roared. He did not care about his defense and unleashed all sorts of techniques. But the heavenly martial werewolf's blood meridian was 92% complete. Ha! Tang Tian's voice pulled Adrian back from his thoughts. Tang Tian raised his head. Adrian was surprised to see that Tang Tian did not look sad at all. Instead, he had a bright smile on his face. Thousand-cleaved demonic hand. Mother, this ridiculous reason made Yen Tu laugh out loud. Ha ha! A little brat whose hair hadn't even grown out yet. Give this battle to your mother. Oh, I remember. The last time I said this, I was 7 years old. This guy, it had been a long time since he said goodbye to his mother in front of her grave. Yen Tu's true power was extremely strong. Furthermore, he had already grasped the basics of the spirit domain. This ordinary killing technique in his hands was extremely powerful. Mother, you must be watching me from the heavens, because this battle is for my mother in the heavens. A snow-white palm pierced through the leg aura. Ping! The leg aura was crushed. Just because of this guy. Ha 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 ha. Yen Tu's eyes were cold. He sneered and said, "Does his mother know that he's so powerful?" Tang Tian was elated. Even Crane had admitted that he was the strongest. His wounded heart was instantly comforted. As for the part where Crane said that his brain was not that good, Tang Tian had automatically ignored it. The light that enveloped both of his arms twisted and suddenly turned into a bare head that was roaring angrily. Tang Tian's finger was like a knife piercing through tofu. It easily pierced through the light around Yen Tu's body. I will not disappoint you. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. Yen Tu looked at Tang Tian in confusion, then at Crane. He could not understand why Crane, who was a powerful and influential person, would accept a fool as his leader. But the layer of true power that was harder than steel was like a crispy biscuit, easily broken apart. His aura suddenly exploded without any warning. His entire body's true power was, as one, his aura was vigorous and forceful. His pounce was extremely tyrannical. Even a mountain in front of Yen Tu would crumble under his pounce. Feeling threatened, Yen Tu snapped out of his daze. He roared and gathered all the true power in his body. With a weird posture, he pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was the strongest among the three amidst the scattered brown light. A pair of nimble hands and a ghostly figure could be vaguely seen. However, Tang Tian's 10 fingers once again pierced into the bear's head at a weird angle. Tang Tian's arms trembled, and his 10 fingers exerted strength. Ping! A crisp sound was heard. The layer of true power around Yen Tu was forcefully broken. Yen Tu roared and changed his hand technique again. He swung his right elbow. Yen Tu's smile froze. Ping! What kind of joke was that? Seeing that Yen Tu was looking at him, the kind-hearted Crane reminded him, just like how your highness is the strongest martial artist among the three of us, this fellow, although he is not very smart, is also the strongest among the three of us. Your highness, please be careful. That was a killing technique unique to the Ursa Major constellation. Martial artists with strong physiques and true power were trained in the violent bear killing technique. In a battle, they would be invincible. Even if it was a city gate or an arrow tower, under such a fierce attack, there would only be one result, which was to collapse. The only thing that could make him feel warm was his mother's memory of the tomb and his mother's memory. Adrian stared blankly at Tang Tian. He could not believe his eyes. Yen Tu's face was blank. He did not understand what had just happened. His 36 layers of iron bear skin had never been broken by anyone before. Not only that in the history of the Ursa Major constellation, as long as the iron bear skin was trained to the 24 layers, It would never be broken by a direct attack. That lively youth just now seemed to have become sad all of a sudden. Tang Tian exposed a smile with a serious expression. He said word by word. Ling Su also looked at Yen Tu with pity. He kept his spear and said to Rong Ro, "Let's go out and fight." Not happy, the brown layer of true power around his body was as hard as steel. It was indestructible. The air around Tang Tian's body continued to break apart. An astonishing amount of energy flowed through his body. Yen Tu's body was like a sandbag, and he was sent flying. Both of his palms, which were intertwined, suddenly staggered, and with a weird angle, he stabbed towards the thick brown halo around Yen Tu's body, looking at the mist-like brown aura. Yen Tu could not help but be stunned. Yen Tu was stunned again. This technique was called crushing bear head. It was extremely powerful. This technique of Yen Tu's could easily destroy a city wall. Yen Tu's leg was filled with true power, and the aura of his leg was like a whip. In Tang Tian's vision, Yen Tu's body was blurry like a brown shadow. The aura exploded one after another, followed by a crisp cracking sound. Yen Tu was like a beast on the brink of death, crazily fighting back. "For my mother in heaven, mother, I miss you. I really, really miss you." Yen Tu's disdainful smile froze on his face. "Damn it!" The corners of Adrian's eyes twitched. This seemingly meaningless exhalation caused him to feel a trace of unusualness. That bleak life. It's time to end this. Ping, ping, ping. He had used this technique against Adrian just now, and it was extremely effective. Crane looked at Yen Tu pitifully, then turned to Jian Fengyuan and said, "Let's go out and fight." Yen Tu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Idiot! The brown halo around his body was a layer of true power that was as thick as 36 layers. It was extremely sturdy. It had a name, Iron Bear Skin. This technique was extremely important for Ursa major martial artists to be able to dominate a region. An ordinary martial artist of the Ursa Major constellation, who had trained this technique to a certain level, would be able to defend against swords and blades, comparable to treasures. For Yen Tu to be able to train it to the 36th layer, it was unprecedented. Tang Tian did not retreat. Instead, he moved his right leg, lowered his waist slightly, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The bear's head, which was overflowing with killing intent, shattered like glass. Poof! Tang Tian was like a volcano. An astonishing amount of energy was brewing in his body. Even though he was far away, Adrian could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in his body. 10 fingers pierced in again, and a strange force was released. Ping! The elbow aura shattered. Tang Tian's gaze did not waver. Just as Yen Tu was about to collide with Tang Tian, he suddenly made his move. The brown figure in the air was like a ferocious bear pouncing. Tang Tian lowered his head. His eyes were as gentle as water. On his back, a wolf head slowly appeared. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian nodded his head. He still had a smile on his face, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He trained in the most authentic mental cultivation techniques of the Ursa Major constellation. The martial techniques of the Ursa Major constellation would be much more powerful in his hands. Since he was young, he had been extremely hardworking. His physique was 1 in 1,000. Such a person was actually the strongest among the 3 of them. Yen Tu and Adrian turned their heads and looked at Tang Tian. This person's brain must be abnormal. Even if he did not understand the battle just now, he should be able to understand what they were talking about. Yen Tu was very clear that the disciples of the aristocratic families were arrogant. It was extremely difficult to gain their approval. It was as if something was awakening in his body. He knew that it was the heavenly martial werewolf's blood meridian. Yen Tu shook his head and laughed. "I am the first successor of the Ursa Major constellation." How could I fight with a kid who is still wet behind the ears? What a farce. It's time for this farce to end. Come on, let me see how strong the so-called strongest martial artist is. Yen Tu sneered. Don't disappoint me. Tang Tian stared at Yen Tu coldly. The true power in his body was circulating crazily. His aura was increasing at an alarming rate. It had been a long time since he had such a strong desire for victory. Yen Tu's attack was a famous killing technique. It was called the ferocious bear pounce, but all the attacks were unable to penetrate through the pair of blossoming hands. The focused youth did not notice at all that his thousand-cleaved demonic hand seemed to have an additional charm as he waved it around. Tang Tian's pupils were as indifferent as a void. His face seemed to be shrouded in shadows and was indistinct. How was this possible? Yen Tu and Adrian were stunned. At the same time, the injured Ah Xiao and Lu Zhongguang were also stunned. Crane's face was serious. He did not look like he was joking. But when everyone's gaze landed on Tang Tian, who had a face full of pride, they felt that it was ridiculous. Yen Tu's anger flared up. He swore to himself that he would tear this asshole in front of him into pieces later. In his field of vision, the surrounding scenery had turned into a void. The ground, the walls, the roofs, everything had disappeared. He and Yen Tu seemed to be in a void. Above their heads was a full moon, as white as jade. Tang Tian let out a sigh. It sounded like a sigh of relief, like a yearning, like an encouragement, like a reminiscence, like the wind in the mountains of Starwind City. All of a sudden, a shadow appeared in front of him. Yen Tu instinctively pushed both of his arms outwards. It was like a shapeless net. A gentle face appeared in his mind. It was a familiar and intimate face that had been deeply imprinted in his mind ever since he could remember. He thought about the time after his mother passed away. He huddled in a corner and cried nonstop. He was alone, hopeless and afraid. He started to get used to it. He got used to standing in front of his mother's grave. He got used to standing in front of his mother's grave. He got used to standing in front of his mother's grave. He got used to standing in front of his mother's grave. He got used to standing in front of his mother's grave and saying that he would teach those who bullied him a lesson. His elbow was like a hammer. Chapter 4:21. He wanted to win in a dignified manner. He wanted to use every technique to make that asshole speechless. The powerful and low whistling sound mixed with the clear and crisp sound caused people's hearts to palpitate. Tang Tian's eyes were emotionless, as though he could see through all of Yen Tu's intentions. The beast-like roar, the beast-like counterattack, the beast-like desperation, the beast-like recklessness. Yen Tu was an invincible beast. The invisible net was tightening bit by bit. Tang Tian floated to the ground, fresh blood staining his clothes. Every move was countered without any fanciful moves. Rong Ro's face changed. The sturdy house was on the verge of collapsing. The roof had long been blown away. He let his mother see. The young man who cried alone had become strong. The young man who made her worry had now become strong enough to carry a constellation on his shoulders. Ling Su roared. He shot forward, the silver spear in his hand. With a buzzing sound, the spear in his hand rotated violently. A cold aura, like a star, suddenly became brighter. Ling Su looked even worse. His white robe was torn. His face and body were covered with dust. Rong Ro was only panting. Ling Su's coarse and heavy breathing sounded like bellows. Both of their movements were extremely fast, the astonishing strength scattered in all directions on the ground and the walls, leaving many holes and scars. Both of them were fighting crazily. No, I am the dignified first successor of Ursa Major constellation. How can I die here? The turbulence in the air brushed against his face, but Tang Tian did not feel anything. Every strand of his attention was focused on Yen Tu, too ferocious. How can this be? If I knew, it would definitely be the same. Mother, I miss you so much. An astonishing energy undulation was released from his arm, as though there was a terrifying monster hidden in his arm. The powerful energy undulation stirred the air around Yen Tu, suddenly becoming violent and sharp. The fine air were like blades surrounding Yen Tu's body, rotating crazily. At the start, Tang Tian was trying to break his moves, but after 100 moves, he was shocked to find that just as he thought of a move, before the move was formed, the terrifying pair of hands had already broken it. No, he was so focused that it was as if he had become another person. His smile had long since disappeared, and his lips were tightly pursed. His face was as resolute as a steel sculpture. His opponent seemed to be getting more and more aware of his intentions. Yen Tu's counterattack was crazy. Whether it was his aura or the strength of his attacks, he was fighting with no regard for his life. He was like an enraged bear, charging left and right, disregarding everything. Even though he was watching from the sidelines, Adrian had to admit that he wouldn't be able to keep up with such a crazy and desperate fighting style. Pu. His gaze involuntarily landed on Tang Tian's face, and fear arose in his heart. Just what kind of martial skill was this? Because the victory of this battle was for his mother. He did not hesitate to counter Yen Tu's every attack. He wanted to let his mother in the heavens see his improvement and see that her son had become stronger than before. Mom, I won. Did you see that? I'm very powerful. He stared at Yen Tu's corpse on the ground. Yen Tu was no longer breathing, as if something had filled his heart. Ling Su couldn't help but shout, "Kill!" Dong! All of a sudden, a figure barged into his field of vision like a gust of wind, into the glowing shield. Pooh! Rong Ro was panting as he stared at Ling Su. Doesn't this guy get tired? Even the turbulent airflow could not cover the light burning in his eyes. In the midst of the airflow that was like blades dancing in the air, countless amounts of blood splattered. Tang Tian's arms were extended gently. His 10 fingers were like vines in early spring, filled with vitality. The Silver Frost Battle song sounded in his ears. What you laugh at is exactly what I cherish. What you turn your nose up at is exactly what my heart yearns for. What you discard like a shoe is exactly what I long for. What you consider naive and childish is exactly what I hope to believe in. That pair of hands, which seemed to have magical power, did not cower in the face of the violent and powerful attack. He was not afraid at all. Ling Su was panting heavily. Rong Ro's strength was indeed stronger than his, but he was not the least bit afraid. Only such a strong martial artist could train the young man's spear techniques to become even stronger. A dull sound was heard. Ling Su felt that the tip of the spear was blocked by layers of layers. The power of the spear was getting weaker and weaker. The ripples that Rong Ro released could be both hard and soft, like an extremely tough spider web. How can I die in the hands of this fool? Little Su will never retreat. Yen Tu's heart, wrenching roar echoed in the air. Anger, despair, and fear were mixed together. The true power in his body went out of control and went straight into his heart. Yen Tu's roar stopped abruptly. He opened his eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. It looked like Ling Su was going to fall any time. But at the 50th move, Ling Su was like this. Now that 200 moves had passed, he was still like this. Ling Su's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. The true power in his body was burning. He shook the silver spear in his hand and exerted strength in his legs. He pushed against the spear and took a big step forward. Tang Tian was like an angry arrow piercing into the berserk hurricane. How can this be? Tang Tian's eyes were like the stars in the night sky, slowly lighting up. His movements became faster and faster. His intuition and judgment became more accurate. The thousand-cleaved demonic hand became more and more terrifying in his hands. As though he was stepping on a drum beat, Ling Su lowered his back and held the silver spear in his hand straight. The young man's eyes were burning with passion. His face was solemn and solemn. He was like an ancient knight charging forward. The chaotic and intense airflow brushed past. His face was not very clear, but on that young face there was only seriousness, incomparable seriousness. No matter what, I have to win. When was the last time I was this tired? But Rongro's gaze was fixated on Ling Su's eyes. His orange-red eyes were like burning fireballs, and his battle intent seemed to have materialized. From the start of the battle until now, there was not the slightest change. Even though he looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, the burning, fighting intent in his orange eyes was still intense, as though he wanted to burn the entire world. He was already a man of indomitable spirit. This guy is actually not afraid at all. Time seemed to have stopped. Rongro's heart was filled with respect, but Tang Tian blocked it. They suddenly disappeared in the air. In Rongro's eyes, a trace of admiration flashed past. Yen, too, roared in his heart. His right arm suddenly released a light aura that shot up to the sky. An arm flew out from afar, bringing with it a dazzling light aura, igniting a terrifying flame. In the hall, Adrian was dumbstruck. He had never thought that the battle would turn out like this. The young man wailed. In his eyes, there were only rays of brown, true power aura left. Tang Tian, who was pouncing on Yen Tu, had an unwavering gaze. The fine and sharp airflow wrapped around him, causing his body to bleed profusely, but it did not affect him at all. Tang Tian's expression did not change at all. Yen Tu's violence and fierceness did not affect him at all. He was focused and serious like a rock. The sharp airflow streaked past his cheeks, causing a few drops of blood, but he did not feel anything. The rapid airflow blew past his eyelashes, but he did not move an inch. Rongro's eyes lit up. Ling Su's spear, compared to all the previous spears, was pure and more outstanding. Yen Tu stood there in disbelief. His right arm had disappeared, and there was a horrifying wound on his shoulder, with fresh blood spurting out. Yen Tu's heart calmed down, and all the pressure seemed to have disappeared. Confidence returned to his body, and the feeling of being in control of heaven and earth made him smile again. Even the true power aura could not be formed. No, I definitely cannot die here. I definitely cannot die in the hands of this guy. Definitely not. I, Yen Tu, am a strong martial artist who will dominate the heavens road. Yen Tu, I miss him so much. Yen Tu knew it was the last chance. If he did not use it now, he would die. Such a ferocious attack. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Adrian would not believe that anyone could withstand it. At least, no one below the saint level would be able to withstand it. Facing Yen Tu, the only way was to temporarily avoid the attack and slowly exhaust his opponent's physical strength and true power. His footsteps were as heavy as a drum. He flicked his fingers, and a transparent circular ripple was emitted from his fingers, flying towards the cold aura shot out from Ling Su's spear. Silver spear like snow, untainted clouds. Sheep's horn bell, unheard of by the cool breeze. Thinking about his previous plan, Adrian realized that he had made a huge mistake. Yen Tu was much stronger than he had imagined. This strength was not only because of Yen Tu's strength, but also because of Yen Tu's craziness in adversity. He did not care if he had any flaws, did not care if he was injured, and did not care if he could protect himself. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy his opponent. Tang Tian tried his best to widen his eyes, but his face did not change at all. The terrifying energy ripple, the danger of being stabbed by the needle, he did not care about anything at all. Why should I retreat? Why should I dodge? Dong, dong, dong. Yen Tu's roars were getting weaker and weaker, and a feeling of fear was growing in his heart. This young man is very strong. Yen Tu finally felt fear. Tang Tian's attacks were everywhere, and he felt as if he had fallen into an invisible net. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape from the net. Furthermore, the net was getting tighter and tighter. The strong feeling of suffocation made him feel that death was so close to him for the first time. It was so close that he could see the god of death grinning at him. Tears flowed down his cheeks and flowed past his wounds. Along with the fresh blood, the tears fell onto the ground beside the young man's feet, wetting the dust. The strong airflow contained a terrifying energy ripple, and Tang Tian could not open his eyes. His whole body felt like it was being stabbed by needles, and that was the danger signal from the energy ripple. At this moment, it was safer to retreat. His face, which was full of scars but was as tough as steel, started to melt. Ling Su's spear skills were outstanding, and he was able to understand the spirit domain at such a young age. Although these extraordinary points were powerful in Rong Ro's eyes, they were only limited to that. The only thing that he had never seen in anyone else was this undying battle intent that he had never seen before. In the end, the winner will only be me. Only I am worthy of victory. Chapter 4:22. Plop. Ling Su fell to the ground. But in the next moment, Tang Tian reacted. "Little Crane, you're injured?" His lips were trembling, and his entire body was trembling. Upon thinking about the Majesty's rage, his entire body would tremble uncontrollably. He was like a burning shooting star. The dazzling light aura caused the entire world to lose its color. When the light aura dissipated, only Rong Ro's figure could be seen staggering backwards. His face was filled with disbelief. His left palm had a bloody hole with fresh blood flowing out. Ling Su maintained his spear stance, not moving an inch, like a statue. Jian Fengyuan was also helpless. He did not want to be the scapegoat if anything happened to Crane, and the Empress came to investigate. Then, other than throwing him out, the Majesty would not have any other choice. Ding! Luckily for him, he had overexerted himself and fainted. He was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Crane raised the crane sword in his hand. His eyes that were calm like water suddenly lit up everyone's eyes as he muttered, as though he was swearing an oath. 13 black silhouettes suddenly separated. They were graceful and agile, like cranes dancing in the air. The dazzling interweaving, the cries of the swords were like the cries of cranes. The 13 swords merged into one. Tang Tian awoke from his dream. He saw Crane blocking in front of him and muttered, "Little Crane." The sword aura was like a wheel. Could it be? The silver spear that was held horizontally did not have a trace of movement. The two of them were in a strange deadlock. He quivered and immediately reacted. That's right, the Majesty was already dead. If they were to lose that thing, Ursa Major Constellation's vitality would definitely be greatly affected. To him, it was the only chance to redeem himself. "Sword wheel, let's dance." Crane's sword pointed at Jian Fengyuan for a long time, but the other party was completely indifferent, as though he did not see it. With a clear shout, the 13 black figures moved and released their swords at the same time. Rong Ro laughed bitterly. He did not know if it was his bad luck or if the heavens favored him to actually encounter such a small chance. When Rong Ro rushed over, what entered his vision was a young man crying loudly in a circle of rocks. Tang Tian. A transparent circular ripple flew towards the crane, seemingly slow but actually fast. Jian Fengyuan's gray blade, aura, whistled through the air. Jian Fengyuan's face also changed. When the energy fluctuation suddenly disappeared, his face changed, and his body also disappeared. Jian Fengyuan was a step late. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Disbelief and fear appeared on his face. It was as if someone had punched him in the head. His mind went blank. Your Highness. Rose seemed to have gone crazy. She had the urge to rush towards the house. Rose's heart trembled. He was very clear of Yen Tu's strength. Her Highness had been gifted since she was a child, and her physique far exceeded that of an ordinary person. In addition, her temperament matured early, and she was very hard-working. His Majesty was extremely fond of Yen Tu and did not spare any effort to groom him. Very few people knew that Yen Tu's sparring partners were the 7 King Bear warriors. The crane sword in his hand trembled slightly. Crane's mouth revealed a warm smile. "Old Jian, snatch that thing." Rose's anxious voice woke Jian Fengyuan from his dream. Rose's eyes blurred, and Crane appeared in front of him again. Right now, being weak wasn't scary. What was scary was the lack of desire for strength, the desire for victory. The black figure disappeared like a bubble, leaving Crane standing in his original position with the sword in his hand. Crane's body was like a nail nailed to the ground, not moving an inch, the corner of his mouth revealing a trace of blood. He forcefully stabilized his body. The pain in his palm did not seem to be felt. His gaze stared blankly at Ling Su. With His Highness' strength, how could he die? Furthermore, His Highness still has that thing. What an intoxicating feeling. He suddenly turned. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the house in the distance. Rose's face changed again. Facing the cold aura that was as bright as the stars, he flicked his fingers and retreated. Rose did not care about being surprised. He gathered the remaining true power in his body and flicked his fingers. As a King Bear martial artist, Jian Fengyuan had seen many ups and downs and knew of the dangers involved. Even His Highness was not willing to touch him. If he were to kill Crane like a fool, how stupid would that be? He might as well put on a harmless look. He was waiting for His Highness' victory, and when His Highness captures Tang Tian alive, his mission would be over. Bang! Come on! Crane's figure flickered, and 13 identical black figures appeared in front of the two of them. Impossible. How is that possible? Even if I win, there is no benefit for me at all. Then why fight? When the last step was completed, the light aura from the spear tip was extremely bright. His Highness was tyrannical and fierce, and his strength was currently stronger than them. And His Highness was an expert in concealment. His strength had never been revealed before. Rose's confidence in His Highness was even stronger than his own. An unprecedented feeling surfaced. Ling Su felt that he could control every detail of the spear, and every bit of strength in the rotation of the spear body. True power flowed into the spear body, straight to the spear tip, and he could clearly feel that the moment the true power flowed through the spear tip, the spear body trembled slightly. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and a figure blocked in front of him. The light aura suddenly exploded, and in front of Rose was a vast expanse of white. The blazing meteor struck the round shield. He actually broke through at the last moment. Crane had never seen such a shameless person before. Since young, he had been nurtured by his mother, and his temperament was originally pure and gentle. At that moment, he did not know where to start. Move aside. Crane looked at Jian Fengyuan helplessly. Revolving swords, will Crane dance? Rose did not move. He continued to stare blankly at the unconscious Ling Su. The shock in his heart was indescribable. His position in Ursa Major constellation was high, and he had seen countless of geniuses, but he had never seen someone who was so stubborn and thirsty for victory. The two completely different voices shook everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. Rose spat out a mouthful of blood. He was originally an arrow at the end of its flight. He forcefully exerted his strength, but was unable to fight against Crane, and with the backlash of his true power, he was immediately heavily injured. Jian Fengyuan's eyes were red. He stared fiercely at Crane, like a wild beast in a desperate situation. He bellowed. But the current him had thrown all of his worldly wisdom to the back of his head. His expression was as calm as water. His white, slender fingers wiped off the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even this action was extremely graceful. Rong Ro's expression froze on his face. A terrifying thought that caused him to tremble suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes immediately turning red, and was about to rush towards Jian Feng Yuan. The house that was unable to bear the burden completely collapsed. "Please don't interfere." Crane's firm voice forcefully interrupted Tang Tian. It was the first time Tang Tian heard Crane's firm and unquestionable tone. He stared at Crane's back in a daze. Suddenly, the two of them turned their heads. A dazzling light pillar shot up into the sky. An energy undulation that caused people's hearts to palpitate came out from the house. His charging steps brought along a perfect rhythm. Every step he took on the ground would cause his power to increase by a bit, causing the light aura of the spear tip to become brighter by a bit. Crane's heart has never changed. "Sword, can you hear me?" The Crane sword in his hand lit up with a misty light aura, shining on his face, sincere and solemn. The loose black robe on his body moved without any wind. "This is my opponent. This is my area of protection. This is my battle. Please let my sword complete it." Ling Su was feeling extremely strange. Every strand of true power in his meridians listened to him like never before. The silver muscles suddenly became soft. Even the usually quiet martial spirit was extremely lively. The silver liquid congealed at the tip of the spear tip. The sound of the sheephorn wind bells was like the wind lingering around the spear tip, faintly discernible, but did not dissipate. Bang! Crazy Tang's current state was not good. To block the two of them, he had to shrink back and defend. Crane stood straight again, his back as sharp as a sword. A firm voice came out from his back. Jian Feng Yuan did not have any intention to make a move. He held his hands together, his face smiling like an ordinary old master, completely without any intention to fight. Crane faced Jian Feng Yuan, his body slightly bent, his right hand holding onto the sword hilt hanging at his waist. Jian Feng Yuan frantically activated his true power, bringing forth a stream of air, causing Crane's wide and elegant black sleeves to flutter. Crane's body did not move an inch. His raised face was as calm as water. "So fast. Your Highness actually used that thing. That Tang Tian. Is he actually that powerful?" Crane squinted his eyes. His state of mind was extremely calm, unmoved from the corner of his eyes. He saw a figure quietly approaching Tang Tian from another direction. Crane maintained the posture of holding onto the sword. His upper body did not move an inch, and his legs quickly retreated. Crane's face changed without hesitation. He threw Jian Feng Yuan aside, his figure suddenly disappearing in the air. The transparent round shield shattered like glass. Jian Feng Yuan roared. His entire being was like an enraged bear, suddenly pouncing towards Crane, the ghost head blade dragging out a long gray blade. The blade whistled and churned, bringing forth a low and deep roar like that of a wild beast. Rong Ro's face immediately drained of blood, becoming as white as paper. His body swayed, almost falling. His Highness, who was in the pool of blood, had already stopped breathing without any signs of life. The two simple words were firm without any hesitation. But His Highness' order was to capture Ling Su alive, which was what he wanted. Such a genius. If he were to kill him, it would be a pity. Seeing the current Ling Su, Rong Ro could not help but think about himself in the past. He was able to have his current strength and position, all because of fighting and killing. If he lacked the perseverance and thirst for victory, how could he have walked to where he was today? Rong Ro did not expect that Ling Su would actually break through at such a time. Suddenly, the light aura that shot into the sky disappeared, and at the same time, the terrifying energy undulation also disappeared. Rong Ro's heart jumped. A bad premonition arose. His gaze quickly found His Highness, who was lying in a pool of blood not far away. Crane. Rong Ro was about to walk over and grab Ling Su, when suddenly a light pillar shot into the sky from inside the house. The terrifying energy undulation suddenly exploded out. Rong Ro's footsteps froze in place. Of course he knew what it was. The ripples spread out, merging into one, forming a distorted, transparent, round shield in front of him. Crane brought out a series of afterimages. Every afterimage was extremely realistic. The crane-sex crane dance in his hands was displayed to the extreme. This spear caused his face to change. Both of his eyes opened wide. Both of his palms extended out. His 5 fingers opened up. His 10 fingers seemed to be pressed into a calm lake, 10 ripples appearing from his fingertips. Chapter 4:23. Ever since this thought popped out, Duanmu's mind kept spinning. After further contact, he realized that the reason why the mechanical martial artists were of low realms was directly related to the low level of training they had received. It was too dangerous. If he was 1 second late, the thing would have been released, and he would have died. Why did they retreat? After sitting in a daze for a while, she gradually recovered from the shock, sat on the stairs, scratching her head, and racked her brains. And the other people who had grasped these techniques were the strong martial artists. The stronger the strong martial artists were, the more profound their understanding of martial techniques, and the more profound their research on training would be. They could not compare to the aristocratic families who had accumulated their knowledge over generations, but there would always be some outstanding geniuses who could create a new sect or a new aristocratic family. Rong Ro was stunned, her face pale, her eyes revealing a look of despair. He knew that old Jian had always been sly, but he did not expect his willpower to be so weak. Without the guidance of a master lacking resources, especially Wu Xia's #1 fighter, the experienced and fierce man, his blade techniques were extremely powerful. He alone had taken up more than half of the defensive line's energy. That was why the rest could be so calm. For the past few days, he had been thinking about the mechanical army and had some deductions and guesses in his mind. But when he truly interacted with them, he was shocked to find out that the realms of the mechanical martial artists were extremely low. After 7 continuous revolving swords crane dance, Crane had successfully destroyed Jian Feng Yuan's ghost head blade, and also completely destroyed Jian Feng Yuan's fighting spirit and fighting intent. But Crane's physical strength and true power were completely exhausted. Duanmu had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to let the first team win. But how many armies could have a gold-ranked martial artist as a sparring partner? It was a little too extravagant. Walking out of the basement, the brightly lit training grounds could be heard from time to time, and many huge figures were running and sprinting under the lights. Everything in front of him was filled with vitality. Suddenly, Duanmu was looking forward to the future. After Yen Tu's right arm flew out, a ball of flames rose up, but it had already been burnt to ashes, leaving only this thing. Needless to say, Tang Tian knew that it was a treasure. Sai Lei regained her senses and laughed. "Oh, right, Sister has high hopes for you, and specially arranged for you to be in the first team. Qi Guang will be in charge of the second team. 1 month later, the 2 groups will have a real battle. The losing group will have to accept punishment. Big Sister can remind you in advance that you definitely won't like being punished." After making all these arrangements, she sat on the ground. The fairy hoop in her hand was silent and motionless. Recently, the star power of Andromeda constellation had been used to create treasures by her, causing the fairy hoop to be greatly depleted. Angelina knew herself. Even if the fairy hoop was in perfect condition, she was not their match. Thinking back to that terrifying energy fluctuation, Tang felt a lingering fear in his heart. Suddenly, An astonishing energy fluctuation erupted in the distance. Duanmu nodded, turned, and walked out. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Especially the seven blades under Wuxia, they were as close as brothers and had great teamwork. All of them were extremely powerful. How could the hastily set up defensive line withstand them? After a few rounds of tearing, the defensive line was shattered. The defensive line was in imminent danger. Tang Tian curiously held it in front of his eyes. It was a golden bone with an irregular shape and was very delicate and smooth. Wu Xia felt that his breathing had almost stopped. A terrifying thought occupied his entire body. What he did not expect was that the three of them were actually so strong. But what if the mechanical martial artists were to increase their realm by 1 or 2? The aristocratic families were more stable, and their vitality was stronger and tenacious. This was closely related to this point. Every aristocratic family's grooming methods were all kept secret and would not easily be leaked out. Seeing Sai Lei's expression that was like a smile, yet not a smile, Duanmu subconsciously shivered. This woman was capable of doing anything. Time passed second by second. The terrifying energy fluctuation did not appear again. What do you think about Huafu Man? Sai Lei kept the smile on her face. After finishing the cleanup in an orderly manner, Crane brought the unconscious Ling Su over. Holding onto his sword, Crane walked to Tang Tian and said calmly, "Crazy Tang, I'll leave the rest to you." Duanmu nodded his head. "Honestly, I know weapon instructor and sparring partner." Especially Tang Tian. His subordinates were all shocked. Wu Xia's face was as white as paper. His voice trembled as he screamed hysterically, "Retreat! Retreat!" Then what would become of this army? No, impossible. In the end, Sai Lei was already talking to himself. He started to think about what methods he could use to raise the realm of the mechanical martial artists. The realm of the mechanical martial artists was like the lowest piece of wood in a wooden barrel. If he could raise it by a few notches, then Tang Tian fiddled with the golden bones, and there were many blood stains on the bones. The mottled blood stains were like drops of sand quickly seeping into the golden bones, disappearing without a trace. She clenched her teeth. The fingers that were holding onto her dress had turned white. The scope of the battle was extremely large. Duanmu was a martial artist that was extremely good at using his brain. That was also the reason why he was able to repeatedly kill martial artists that were stronger than him. "You're right." Sai Lei played with his bangs and said flirtatiously, "Relax, you have 2 jobs, and I will fight for a higher salary for you. A pity Scarlet Light's use is limited, and no one likes to use blades. Sai, I cannot waste it. This fellow can only be a sparring partner. Or maybe I should develop a mechanical spirit weapon that uses blades. Oh, I have to discuss this with Tang Cho." Suddenly, he noticed a glistening golden object at his feet, and he quickly picked it up. It was the object in Yen Tu's arm. Thinking about the battle just now, Tang Tian's heart still had lingering fears. Seeing the enemies retreating like the tide, Angelina, who had been holding on the entire time, felt as though she was in a dream. A wave of fear surged up, and even her legs started to weaken. Angelina thought about what Wu Xia said before he left, and suddenly had an idea. Tang Tian is in danger. Quickly inform the general to support Tang Tian. The reason why he agreed, other than to protect his life, was because he was curious about the mechanical martial artists. An average level 6 mechanical martial artist was actually able to defeat the Flowing Wind group. This was something that he had never expected. Jian Feng, Yuan, stared blankly at the remaining half of the ghost head blade in his hand. The threat of death had caused all his fighting spirit to disappear without a trace. The energy in his body was instantly sucked dry, and his legs went limp, and he actually fell onto the ground. Rong Ro's gaze stared blankly at Tang Tian. Until now, he still could not imagine, how did this guy defeat His Highness? Could it be a gold-ranked treasure? But from the looks of it, it did not seem too powerful. It was warm to the touch, heavy, and other than that, there was nothing special about it. Wu Xia's face was calm. Everything was under control. Duan Mu tactfully did not speak. This woman's words were not something that could be answered casually. But Sai Lei's tone made him feel sad for Qi Guang. He was afraid that Qi Guang still did not know that he had already been targeted. Sai Lei would definitely not stop until she squeezed out all of his value. Duan Mu's heart trembled. He did not avoid Sai Lei's gaze and said calmly, "I have already done what I promised him. I do not owe him any more. Also, I have already signed a martial spirit contract with the boss." He realized the value of this. A few of the martial artists who reacted quickly were stunned, and their faces changed. Everyone subconsciously stopped, because the energy undulation was so strong that it caused their hearts to palpitate. Everyone could only feel their blood boiling. "Do you know what you're doing?" Sai Lei winked at Duan Mu and smiled sweetly. Were Wu Xia and the rest crazy? What were they trying to do? "Master," Sai Lei smiled sweetly. "That's right. Now we are all on the same side. Do your best. Don't lose to Qi Guang." Just as he was bewildered, the terrifying energy undulation suddenly stopped and disappeared without a trace, as though it was just an illusion. "I know." Tang Tian was shocked by Crane and immediately checked, realizing that Crane was just exhausted. He then relaxed. Ling Su was also fine. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. He had seen the strength of the two groups, and the way they fought left a deep impression on him. He also felt that Sai Lei's arrangement for him and Qi Guang was rather suitable. This was the difference between the aristocratic families and the ordinary families. To the aristocratic families, they had long researched a set of reasonable and effective grooming systems. They might not have geniuses appearing at any time, but with more effective grooming methods, it could allow them to have a batch of outstanding martial artists. Crane calmly walked in front of Jian Fengyuan and Rong Ro, stabbing down with his sword, sealing their meridians. Wu Xia's face twisted and bellowed, "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" To Tang Tian. 6th level, that was the average standard. And to an army, that standard was considered low. But it was this group of low-standard martial artists, through coordination, that was actually able to explode out with such astonishing power. The high standard of the military leaders made him extremely surprised. When he sat down, it pulled on the wounds on his body, causing him to grimace in pain. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell backwards like a log and fainted. Tang Tian's palms were cut in a few places, although they were not deep, but they still oozed out a lot of blood. Wu Xia did not hold back at all. The strength of his subordinates were released, and immediately broke through like a hot knife through butter. The plateau army that was caught off guard, facing the powerful martial artists, was unable to organize an effective attack. Wu Xia's face changed. His Highness used that thing. Although Ta Dun had arranged for a defensive force in the new fairy palace, but he did not expect that someone would actually make a move. And the new fairy palace had just been built, the scale was not big, and the various defensive arrangements were not tight enough. Ursa Major Constellation. He had been holding on until now, completely holding on with one breath. Now that his state of mind was relaxed, he straightforwardly fainted. The manor that Tang Tian stayed in had already turned into ruins. Even the surrounding manors had different degrees of damage. If these conditions could be fulfilled, then the strength of the mechanical martial artists would enter a stage of rapid growth. Although these young people, not all of them were geniuses, but to grow to the 7th or 8th level was not a problem. Angelina's face turned white. She did not expect that Wuxia would actually dare to commit such a heinous crime and harm her. Chapter 424. A look of shock flashed past Tu Qing's eyes. Even Yen Tu was unable to ignite the desolate bare bones martial spirit. But the other party was able to do it. It was completely against logic. Ha 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 ha. Good. We, the Ursa major martial artists, have never been afraid of anyone. Yen Yonglai laughed out loud. He immediately stopped and said, "Go and prepare." The star power of a constellation was produced by the constellation's circulation and was endless. But if it was used up too much, it would also affect the constellation's circulation, and the star power produced would shrink greatly. The fierce and savage Qi enveloped Fairy City. The light aura of Ursa major constellation in the sky suddenly erupted. A thick and solid gold light pillar descended from the sky, enveloping Tang Tian and the rest. Tu Qing's throat felt as though it was blocked by something. Just at that moment, a tall and imposing figure dressed in armor walked into the palace and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty," Yen Yonglai said coldly. "Other than Commander Tu, the rest stand down." But the most surprising was actually Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a bottomless pit. Above his head, there was actually an astonishing gold-colored waterfall, like a golden waterfall, frantically entering his body. Yen Yonglai smiled, looking sinister. "Before I slowly grow old, to be able to gamble my life in a battle to the death, the heavens have already treated me well. 10 years of my lifespan. In exchange for this opportunity, it is worth it." Jian Fengyuan's face revealed a look of ecstasy. The dense star power, to him, was a supreme tonic. Rong Ro, who was beside him, had a complicated expression. He laughed bitterly in his heart. He trained in the inheritance of Ursa major constellation. The pure and surging star power was extremely beneficial to him. But after today, he and Jian Fengyuan would most likely become the enemies of Ursa major constellation. And the Majesty would definitely not let them go. The gold bone was one of the 3 gold treasures of Ursa major constellation. Desolate bare bone. Ursa major constellation had 3 gold treasures: Head of the King Bear, Desolate bare bone, and Demonic Bear Secret Claw. Desolate bare bone was not the strongest, but the most mysterious. Crane Sword was the saint treasure of Heavenly Crane constellation, but it had been sealed for many years. The Heavenly Crane constellation had declined for a long time. The star power had withered without nourishment for a long time. It was far from its peak. Right now, it was a great opportunity for it to nourish itself. Ursa major constellation's star power was 2 levels higher than Heavenly Grus constellation. What more such dense star power? "Your Majesty!" Tu Qing paled in shock. Wuxia and the rest stopped in their tracks as they stared in disbelief at the pillar of light descending from the sky. The pillar of light was too conspicuous. The entire fairy city could see it. Behind him, astonishing energy fluctuations soared into the sky. Rong Ro finally understood why the desolate bare bone was related to the fate of Ursa major constellation. The reason was simple: star power, the vast and astonishing Ursa major constellation star power. The beam of light continued to wash down, forming a dazzling golden circle of light around Tang Tian's 5 zhang radius, enveloping all of them. "All of you, shut up. No return without victory." Suddenly, one of the subordinates shouted in horror. The others were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. "Secret treasure. The power of my secret treasure is weakening." Yen Yonglai shook his head. There will be no more desolate bare bones in the future. However, his body, which he thought was perfect, was extremely fragile in the golden flames. Yen Yonglai had bestowed the desolate bare bone to His Highness Yen Tu, who knew, and Ling Su's sheep-horn wind bells was a relic of the silver frost mounts in the past, and had a long history. But the inheritance of Aries constellation had changed. causing it to be unable to obtain the nourishment of the star power. Such a good opportunity was like a dried-up land, greedily absorbing the star power. When they saw Yen Yong lie, it was as though they had seen their last hope, and all of them cried out for help. Tang Tian looked at his palm in a daze. No matter who it is, I will definitely take revenge for you. Tu Qing's expression congealed. This matter is somewhat strange. Although the desolate bare bone controls a third of the star power, but usually it can only use 1%. Such a scale of star power extraction has never happened before. The words spoken through clenched teeth were filled with killing intent. With regards to the desolate bare bone, there had always been a legend. It was related to the fate of Ursa Major constellation. The legend was vague, and no one knew for sure, and the desolate bare bones' aid in battle was the weakest out of the 3 treasures. The head bear was the saint treasure of Ursa Major constellation, and was held by Bear King Yen Yong Lai, while the demon bear's secret claw was in the hands of the grizzly bear army's commander, Tu Qing. A vast amount of star power erupted without any warning. The pure star power that surged into his body continuously washed through his body, causing his skin to become a faint gold color. The hidden injuries in his body quickly healed, and his cultivation that had been stagnant for many years actually began to stir. Yen Yong Lai squinted his eyes with killing intent. He slowly swept his gaze across everyone. Tu Qing was speechless. He nodded his head, using all his strength to nod. Has met with misfortune. Yen Yong Lai's tone was calm. Your Majesty, the treasures in their hands were weakening, although the degree of weakening was not fast, but they knew what this sign meant. Tu Qing was startled and immediately lost his voice. Don't tell me. Tu Qing's footsteps stopped, mist forming in his eyes. His thin lips pursed tightly. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze resolute, and strode forward. The legend was true. Tu Qing sighed and warmly consoled. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. Bang, golden flames spewed out from his body, and his clothes turned into ashes. Ursa Major constellation was already in a mess. The extremely pure star power. Your Majesty, not good. The commander-in-chief of the grizzly bear army, Tu Qing, when the star power started to fluctuate, he could feel it. He suddenly stood up, his face revealing a look of disbelief. In the next moment, the blood drained from his face, as though he had suddenly aged a lot. In these 3 months, not only will your treasures not weaken, but they will become stronger. Yen Yong Lai's gaze was crazy. Once you launch a surprise attack, I will send out an order to mobilize everyone. Take down Orion constellation. Only by taking down Orion constellation can we survive. This battle, there is no victory or defeat, only life or death. If we win, we will have everything. If we lose, we will have nothing. His fists were clenched tightly, his entire body trembling. Everyone looked at each other, but all of them bowed and complied, retreating like a tide. In the blink of an eye, only Yen Yong Lai and Tu Qing were left in the palace. To a constellation, such a result was fatal. The strong became stronger, the weak became weaker. The shrinking of the star power would cause the star treasure of the constellation to enter a period of decline. The weakening of the star power would affect the martial artists of the constellation the most. Their ability to survive would quickly drop, and the strength of the constellation would also drop. Tu Qing's mind trembled, and could not help but exclaim, Your Majesty, you cannot! This is its final combustion. Yen Yong Lai said coldly. To be able to make the desolate bare bone burn, I am very curious who has the ability to do so. It was as though he was reborn, and the pain was similar to being reborn. Tang Tian groaned. Similarly, the silver spear in Ling Su's hands, the sheep-horn wind bells were like 2 small whirlpools, absorbing the star power with all their might. Tu Ching's face was thin, his gaze as sharp as a sword, his expression solemn, his entire body covered in armor. When he moved, the armor clattered. Everyone felt much more at ease. The two most important and strongest people of Ursa Major constellation were there. Even if there was anything difficult, there would definitely be a way. Let's not care about that first. Yin Yonglai squinted his eyes. We are already at the most dangerous point. Tell the Honorable Martial Alliance. To change our plans, we request to immediately attack Orion constellation. Directly attack, and give up on the plan to go around Andromeda constellation. Yin Yonglai's roar was like the rage of a bear king in the forest, resonating in the palace. All the other sounds disappeared. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Chaotic footsteps came from outside the palace. Yin Yonglai once again regained his usual resolute self. He turned and walked up the stairs, sitting on the throne. Tu Ching resolutely turned and walked out of the palace. Bang, bang, bang. Tu Ching had roughly guessed it when he came. He had followed Yin Yonglai for many years and could hear the deep sorrow hidden in Yin Yonglai's calm tone. Yen Tu was deeply doted on by Yin Yonglai and was the first successor of Ursa Major constellation. Compared to Yen Tu, the other successors were too lacking. You don't have to worry for me. Yin Yonglai waved his hand and said solemnly, the desolate barebone was once a gold-ranked treasure that had the qualifications to become a saint treasure, just that because it controls star power, it did not have much of an increase in fighting power. So the Skull King Bear was designated as a saint treasure. 1/3 of Ursa Major constellation's star power is controlled by it. I gave it to Tu, was to use the star power to refine his body. Never did I expect. That was star power. This battle, you must win. Yin Yonglai stared fiercely at Tu Ching like a ferocious bear. We do not have time. I can only help you fight for 2 months. The bone in his hand slowly melted in the golden light, transforming into a pool of golden liquid. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it seeped into his palm. The cold feeling made him feel indescribably comfortable. It was the extremely pure star power. Your Majesty, it was a vicious cycle. In such a situation, there were only 2 situations that would occur. One was the Saint Treasure's rank dropping. The other was the constellation's star power being greatly depleted, hurting the constellation's foundation. Tang Tian felt as though his body had fallen into a furnace. The golden light aura, bringing with it an astonishing heat, seeped into his skin. A group of people rushed into the basilica like a tide. All of their faces were filled with panic. The sword in Crane's hand was buzzing and trembling, frantically absorbing the golden star power that seemed to be a substance. Tang Tian felt as though he was a piece of metal that was thrown into a furnace. His flesh and blood was continuously being refined. After absorbing the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian, Tang Tian's fleshly body had become extremely strong. Previously, with Qi Guang and Duan Mu as his sparring partners, the 92% completion rate of the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian was being absorbed by him at an astonishing speed. His body's quality had improved by leaps and bounds, regardless of strength or speed. They had all reached an unimaginable level. He even thought that his fleshly body had already reached perfection. Jian Feng Yuan was also absorbing the star power with all his might. Victory, only victory, can make my sacrifice worthwhile. Yin Yonglai's hands pressed on Tu Ching's shoulders, his gaze fanatical. Promise me, you must definitely win. Promise me. But the efficiency of the two, compared to Crane and Ling Su, was far from it. Chapter 425. But to the enemy, they would definitely not feel that it was a pleasure, because it meant that this army had an extremely shocking tactical discipline and obedience. There were many factors that determined whether an army was strong or not, but an army that was extremely obedient and disciplined would not be easy to deal with. Honorable Martial Alliance gold-ranked martial artist, 6 dead and 7 injured, mysterious 6th Division president, fatal strike. Countless of stone powder that was even finer than flour suddenly exploded. Angelina could not dodge in time and was struck by the stone powder. Her entire body was covered with stone powder, but Tang Tian, who had just opened his eyes, saw Angelina's anxious expression and could not help but feel surprised. He had to slowly figure out the matter of his body. For Angelina to be so anxious, he was afraid that something big had happened. The silver shining battle robes made the Lupus army look like a pool of flowing mercury. The use of the energy room allowed the soldiers of the Lupus army to grow extremely quickly. When had they ever experienced such dense energy? Other than being overjoyed, all of them worked hard. The Lupus army might not have high talent, but in terms of perseverance and hard work, they could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Heavens Road. His buttocks had not even touched the ground when he heard an extremely loud explosion. A powerful and peerless flow of air rushed into the ground. Angelina was stunned and immediately screamed, "Tang Tian!" Bao Saint Na Yi was a disciple of an aristocratic family, and since young, he had displayed astonishing talent. His teacher was a person who had a high reputation and was hailed as the founder of the curved arrow flow the Bao Saint Shiji ran. Na Yi inherited his teacher's curved arrow flow and brought it to greater heights, and was bestowed as a saint at the age of 42. The perfectly straight golden light pillar pierced through the blue dome of heaven, connecting the earth and the sky as one. Tang Tian was also stunned. After a while, he opened his mouth, his face flushed red, and stammered. His feet landed on the ground, and his entire foot sank into the ground. Before he could exert any strength, his eyes blurred, and he actually appeared in front of Angelina. 10 men in a small group. Every small group was like a silver shining spear. Their expressions were not the least bit nervous, riding their horses forward. It looked like they were casually patrolling, but the formation of the group was still extremely outstanding. Ta Dun turned and left, and upon seeing that, the Plateau army also turned and left gloomily. The Bao Saint Naya, Tang Tian, was unfamiliar with his own body. Another burst of stone powder. Tang Tian did not know that the desolate barebone controlled a third of Ursa Major constellation's star power. Most of the star power had been absorbed into his body. His meridians and Dantian pool could not contain the purer and more majestic energy, so they were completely destroyed. No one liked this kind of opponent. The Plateau army that came to reinforce them also stopped in their tracks. Ta Dun looked at the new Lupus army and could not help but be silent. He had been to the Lupus army before and had seen their training. Only he could truly see the improvement of the army. The surrounding golden light dimmed bit by bit until it disappeared. At this moment, a hidden passageway surfaced. No one had thought that there would actually be such a concealed waterway that led to Orion constellation's hinterland. The Grizzly Bear Army's performance was worth the huge expenditure of the Honorable Martial Alliance. After getting rid of the Hunting Spear Army, the Grizzly Bear Army did not stop. Together with the Honorable Martial Alliance's gold-ranked martial artists, they rushed towards Orion constellation. But the star power is truly too much. He raised his leg and walked towards Angelina. When the news was released, it shocked Heaven's Road. It was the first saint to appear in the war. Everything within his field of vision seemed to be distorted by this terrifying energy fluctuation. The majestic and vast star power brought along the unique savage and tyrannical aura of Ursa Major constellation, pervaded out. The energy undulation in the air was so intense that it was like the waves of the sea battering everyone's mind. The Grizzly Bear Army's lightning-fast advance, sweeping everything before them. It was natural for women to love beauty. Such a battered and exhausted appearance caused Angelina to instinctively scream. But her temperament had improved greatly, and she quickly reacted to it and shut her mouth. The true power in her body trembled, and the stone powder was swept away, although her strength was not high. But such a small matter, she could still do it. Andromeda battle gown. That is our Andromeda battle gown. At that moment, the Grizzly Bear Army and the Honorable Martial Alliance formed an alliance army and were directly aiming at Orion Constellation Palace. Orion Constellation's Second Army, Hunting Blade Army, was too far away to quench their thirst, and the Third Army, Flute's Hunting Net Army, was currently stationed at the Andromeda Orion star door, and was even further away. When Tang Yi's Lupus army appeared in everyone's vision, all the people hiding in the shadows immediately quietened down. Tang Yi's eyes were slightly closed, his gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. Those with weaker willpower all subconsciously turned their heads. Wait a minute! But at that moment, no one cared about Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately apologized. He anxiously wanted to pull his leg out, but who knew that his left leg would directly sink into the stone floor. It was an improvement in all aspects. The exclamations and praises of the crowd were incessant, and the expressions of those who were hiding in the dark all changed slightly. The Andromeda battle gown had always received the attention of the other constellations, but no one knew how effective it was. So when the Lupus army appeared, it gave everyone a huge visual impact, causing many of them to be startled and speechless. Tang Tian was at a loss. Heaven's Road was in an uproar. Even if the Andromeda battle gown was first given to the Plateau army, they would definitely not be as outstanding as the Lupus army. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle. The Danteon pool had disappeared. The meridians had disappeared. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones had changed beyond recognition. The entire Andromeda city was in an uproar. Everyone jumped onto the roofs, and the stronger martial artists directly soared into the sky. The surprised people were all discussing intensely. All of their faces were filled with shock and awe. Neat. It was so neat that it was pleasing to the eyes. 3 days ago, Ursa Major Constellation suddenly joined hands with the Honorable Martial Alliance and launched a surprise attack on Orion Constellation. Without any preparation, Orion Constellation's number 1 army, the Hunting Spear Army, suffered a devastating blow. Under Tu Qing's lead, the Grizzly Bear Army obtained an unprecedented victory, especially when Ursa Major Constellation had clearly chosen to join the Honorable Martial Alliance. It was the first constellation to publicly announce that they had joined the Honorable Martial Alliance's camp. And after that, Bear King Yen Yonglai sent out an order to mobilize all the martial artists of Ursa Major Constellation towards Orion Constellation. Angelina, who was just clean, had once again become a stone powder person. Angelina was dumbstruck. So beautiful! How could a saint die? The other end of the passage was not in Ursa Major Constellation. For the battle, the Honorable Martial Alliance did not hesitate to use the large teleportation star door and brought the Grizzly Bear Army over, spending an astonishing amount of money. Seeing that he was about to crash into Angelina, Tang Tian jumped in fright. He anxiously tiptoed with his right leg, wanting to forcefully stop himself from rushing forward. Cough about that. My stomach is not too good. His right leg was like a sharp steel drill, effortlessly piercing into the tofu, deep to his knee. Every corner of his body was brimming with extremely pure energy. That's right, not true power, but energy. Tang Tian reacted. The extremely pure energy was the star power of Ursa Major Constellation. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He definitely did not do it on purpose, but the situation in front of him. His own body, how did it become like that? Let's go. We don't need help here. It was like a sturdy rock. To bite it, one had to be prepared to lose a few teeth. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. All the pores on his body expanded, greedily absorbing every drop of energy around him. The stone floor immediately shattered, and an even bigger stone powder exploded out. The pitiful Angelina was once again splashed head-on. Tang Tian's but was deeply embedded in the ground. The sturdy stone floor looked as though it was made of flour. Tang Tian's current position was extremely strange. He was squatting on the ground, his butt half hanging in the air. Below his butt was a deep hemisphere-shaped stone pit. Until today, they had finally met with trouble. Everyone was at a loss. Tang Tian suddenly turned pale. With fright, his body had suddenly become so foreign. When everyone's gaze landed on the Lupus army, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. On the third day, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a faint gold color. The world in his eyes had become completely different. His body was like a part of heaven and earth, one with the heaven and earth. Your Majesty, that's too powerful. Ta Dun's underlings did not say anything. In truth, inside the Plateau army, there were many people who were unhappy with Angelina giving the Andromeda battle robes to the Lupus army. But after personally witnessing the Lupus army style, everyone did not say anything. They were not rookies, the standard of the opponent's army. They could still see. Time slowly passed. At the same time, a golden bear head formed on Tang Tian's back. Fairy City was also in a mess. The sudden increase in strength, the brand new battle robes, caused the Lupus army's mental state to be extremely outstanding. Forget it. I better stay in the pit and listen to Angelina first. In any constellation, the position of a saint was extremely high, to the point that they would even ignore the orders of the master of the constellation. Orion constellation had 3 saints, and the only one who served the master of Orion was only one, and that was the Bao Saint Na Yi. How could it be like this? Tang Tian gave up struggling and just sat down. The Bao Saint has fallen. Every piece of news caused Heaven's road to sink into panic and restlessness. Even a saint had fallen. Such an intense battle. It had been too long since they had seen it. In everyone's hearts, saints were undying bodies. They were all strong martial artists that would never lose. Qi, Orion constellation, was in danger. Qi, ZZZ, the heavenly martial werewolf head imprint on Tang Tian's back continued to shrink until it was the size of a fist. It followed along Tang Tian's spine, slowly moving down until it reached the bottom of his tailbone, then stopped moving. Ursa Major constellation was a tyrant compared to the 10 equatorial palace halls. They were not inferior. Orion constellation was even more so one of the 10 equatorial palace halls' strongest constellations. The clash between the 2 powerful constellations would have a deep impact on the situation in Heaven's Road. Chapter 4:26. That's too fast. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. A constellation's destruction was actually so fast. Furthermore, it was not a small constellation like Lupus constellation, but an equatorial palace hall-grade constellation. Angelina was angered by Tang Tian's expression, her face turning cold. Don't tell me Mr. Little Tang plans to sit here and wait for death. Don't tell me Mr. Little Tang thinks that you can stay out of this. Tang Tian did not dare to move. I also do not know if I have entered or not. Ling Su was slightly irritated by Tang Tian's questions. Don't you find it annoying? I will stab him to death. Angelina opened her mouth, but realized that she did not know how to refute. That's right, even Yen too died in his hands. Such a person, how could he be a simple-minded brute? No. Tang Tian straightforwardly interrupted Adrian's words. He continued, although I am not smart and can be stupid at times, but I know who I can trust. Little Crane is a good person. Little Su is a violent maniac. What does it matter? I can trust them with my back. You are nothing. I will not trust you, no matter how beautiful your words are. It has nothing to do with me. Crane's face darkened, his hand holding onto the hilt of his sword. Ling Su's face was filled with killing intent, staring at Adrian. Am I really that unlucky? Did I really meet an idiot? That means as strong as you also need to listen to others? Adrian raised his eyebrows. Angelina almost scolded him. I said so much just to wait for you to say, very good, very reasonable. Tang Tian nodded his head, a look of approval. That's reasonable. This old man is going to be unlucky. Are you for real? Tang Tian's face was filled with disbelief. Crane said coldly, let me do it. He can't not see the danger in it, right? We need to think of a countermeasure. Angelina said, if Ursa Major constellation really wins, then we are finished. They will definitely turn around and deal with us. They will definitely not let their backs have a nail. If they fuse two constellations, they will give birth to an ecliptic palace-grade superconstellation. We won't be able to stop them. Compared to him, Tang Tian was far inferior. Angelina stared blankly for a moment before she smiled and said, Mr. Little Tang is too modest. Young Mr. Tang might not know, but this victory of yours has affected the entire situation in Heaven's Road. Me? Tang Tian was flabbergasted. His expression was as though he had heard a funny question. Ta Dun waved his hand and signaled for the scout to retreat. Don't worry too much. You have to believe in his abilities. Angelina looked at Tang Tian expectantly. She was waiting for Tang Tian to come up with some useful plan. In any case, Tang Tian had built such a huge foundation. Such a person shouldn't be an idiot, right? Angelina had been through so many dangerous situations, but not once had she been so dumbfounded. However, in any case, she managed to squeeze out a smile. Crane, who was at the side, hesitated for a moment, then reminded him, Crazy Tang, a captive, also has dignity. As a righteous martial artist, you can kill him, but you cannot humiliate him. Tang Tian grabbed Adrian with one hand, looked at him, and said seriously, I heard that hunters are always cunning. I am a straightforward person, not smart at all. Ling Su glanced at him and said, You are a crazy young man. Adrian ignored Crane and Ling Su's killing intent. You are right. But for such a crucial decision, if you are not careful, everything you have will go down the drain. Will you hand it over to someone else? Angelina saw Tang Tian's stupefied expression and was slightly disappointed. She suddenly thought of the mysterious man. He was always so confident, always so indifferent, as if nothing could stop him. If he was here, he would definitely have a way. Tang Tian and Ling Su revealed a shocked expression. Little Crane was angry. Tang Tian was stared at for a long time and was puzzled. Is there a flower on my face? I think what you said is very good and reasonable. Go on. Tang Tian was startled. He did not expect Angelina to turn and leave. When Angelina was far away, he then reacted and mumbled, I can't think of anything, but someone else can. You can listen to me finish my plan. Adrian was very calm. Ta Dun laughed out loud. Some people are addicted to pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. This shows that he is very scheming. Think about it. Until now, when did he make a mistake? Even Yen Tu died in his hands. Don't forget, he has the nickname of Honorable Grindstone. If this kind of person is stupid, then what kind of person is smart? Tang Tian's face revealed an impatient expression. People like you have too many thoughts. It is very annoying. It is very simple. I believe in them. I believe that they are smarter than me and can do better than me. My duty is to fight hard, and protect everyone. I understand what you mean, but I am not the strongest person, and they are not the smartest people. On what basis will we win? Whether we lose or win, we are all in the same boat. What is there to complain about? Oh, right, what we are after is our victory, and not the kind of victory that you are talking about. You don't understand. She resisted the urge to scold, stared at Tang Tian, and said word by word, "Don't you have any ideas to break out of this situation?" Tang Tian laughed and said proudly, "You think too highly of me. Do you think I am a person who can use my brain? Things that use my brain, of course, should be left to the smart people." Adrian was calm, but his tone was full of temptation. "Don't you want to have a stronger constellation? I have a way for you to obtain Ursa Major constellation. That is the rich Ursa Major constellation. Compared to Andromeda constellation and Lupus constellation, it is many times stronger. It is right in front of you." Angelina shook off the stone powder on her body and acted as though nothing had happened, and said with a smile, "Seems like Mr. Little Tang's strength has improved greatly. Believe in his strength." Angelina, who had calmed down, had an evil fire burning in her heart. "He is an idiot. When I ask him what to do, he seems to think that it has nothing to do with him. Seeing his expression, I am furious." "Crane." Tang Tian looked at Adrian with a weird face. "Your way of thinking is so weird. What kind of person can do anything? Why don't you listen to others? Are you the smartest person in the world?" Adrian looked at Tang Tian as though it was his first time meeting Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned his head and shouted, "Who has tape? Seal this guy's mouth. He is so annoying." Angelina kept the smile on her face and became serious. "Mr. Little Tang might not know, but we do have some information channels in Ursa Major constellation. Desolate Barebone is one of the 3 gold star treasures of Ursa Major constellation, and it controls close to a third of Ursa Major constellation's star power. The star power of Ursa Major constellation has already started to dry up. Just 3 days ago, Yen Yong Lai used 10 years of his lifespan to activate the Saint Treasure of Ursa Major constellation, Skull King Bear, mobilizing the remaining star power of Ursa Major constellation, causing the might of the Ursa Major constellation's star treasure to increase instead. Similarly, 3 days ago, Tu Ching led the Grizzly Bear Army, with the help of the Honorable Martial Alliance, to launch a surprise attack on Orion constellation and annihilate Orion constellation's first army. Today, we have just received news Crooked Arrow Saint Na Yi was killed by the Honorable Martial Alliance, and the Allied army is heading straight for Orion Palace. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, Ursa Major constellation will wither due to the depletion of star power. To say that your battle changed the situation of Heaven's Road is not a lie. You are afraid that I will frame you, but you can listen to my plan first. You can think about it carefully." Adrian said unwillingly. What surprised him was that Tang Tian stared at him. "Shut up. A captive must have the awareness of a captive." Crane and Ling Su are already awake. They have followed the Lupus army back to Wolf's stronghold. "No problem." Tang Tian then asked Ling Su, "Little Suzy, did I humiliate him?" Tang Tian struggled to get up from the stone floor and walked towards Tang Yi with 1 step at a time. Angelina felt weird. She did not know where her father's confidence in Tang Tian came from. Seeing that Angelina was about to speak, Ta Dun consoled her. "Relax, they will definitely make a move. A person who does not even put the Honorable Martial Alliance in his eyes, how can he tolerate a mere Ursa Major constellation?" Tang Tian shook his head like a rattled drum. "I can't think of anything." Back at Wolf's stronghold, Adrian, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. "Master Tang Tian, I have a way to solve Andromeda constellation's current predicament. I am truly stupid to actually talk about such a problem with these 2 idiots." The 3 of them stopped and turned to look at Adrian. Back at the fairy palace, Angelina quickly calmed down. Thinking about her performance today, she was somewhat regretful. Her ability to control her emotions was truly lacking. Tang Tian turned and asked Ling Su, "Little Suzy, am I a righteous martial artist? Then what do we do?" Angelina could not help but ask. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. After a while, he reacted and stammered, That means Ursa Major constellation is finished. Furthermore, Ursa Major constellation, no matter what, it cannot be described as merely. Tang Tian, can't you see? You guys are already in danger. If you are not careful, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. How can Ursa Major constellation let you guys go? Once they swallow Orion constellation, you guys will be their first target. Yes. Angelina's expression congealed and nodded her head. Yin Yong Lai and the rest's only hope is before Ursa Major constellation falls, to forcefully attack and occupy Orion constellation, and seize the saint treasure of Orion constellation, and merge the two constellations. From the looks of it, they have a high possibility of achieving it. They are currently less than 300 li away from Orion constellation. Regardless if it is the Hunting Blade Army or Leo constellation, they will not be able to save them in time. Adrian's words were interrupted because he was pulled over by Tang Tian's hand. Angelina did not expect Tang Tian to be so shameless, and without saying a word, she turned and left. Wait and see. Ta Dun was calm. Our own strength is too small and cannot do anything. We can only rely on them. Whatever they need us to do, we will do. From our previous interactions, they are not hard to talk to and not greedy. Chapter 4:27. This brat. Is there something wrong with his brain? Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. This completely went against the basic laws of martial arts. The wolf stronghold was already more or less completed. As it was a purely military stronghold, it did not need to be big, and was much simpler to build. The rest were all minor details. Stepping straight fist, his past experiences told him, when those geniuses were doing stupid things, do not disturb them. Tang Tian got more excited as he fought. He did not need to worry about his legs or his control of his power. All sorts of martial techniques flowed like water, continuously changing in his hands. The reason why low-level martial techniques were low-level, other than its power being smaller, and its changes being simpler, the most important point was because of the understanding and usage of true power, which was at a relatively low level. Bing's expression suddenly froze. He opened his eyes wide and stared in disbelief at the shallow pit beneath Tang Tian's feet. Bing frowned. He looked carefully, and finally he understood. Blade Saint Xiaoda. Holding back his laughter was truly a test of skill. Bing forced himself to endure. Come, let me see your current strength. He turned and left, since he could not give any good suggestions. Then he would let the weird young lad freely display his skills. Who knows, he might be able to create something weird? Belle understood Bing's meaning, but her investigation of Ursa Major constellation had spent a lot of effort, so she spoke clearly. Ursa Major constellation strongest is their grizzly bear army, but they are currently in Ursa Major constellation. There are no starry doors or waterways between Ursa Major constellation and Orion constellation. Yin Yong Lai had already sent out the order to mobilize all the martial artists of Ursa Major constellation and are currently rushing towards Orion constellation. This is a good opportunity. Adrian and the rest, Tang Tian threw them to Little Crane. Tang Tian thought sinisterly, I wonder how Little Crane will torture them. I really want to see. Everyone was dumbstruck. They already knew how strong a saint was, but after hearing Belle's narration, they realized that the saint was much stronger than they had imagined. At the place where Tang Tian waved his fist, a transparent ripple appeared. It was a phenomenon formed by the extreme compression of the air. Such ripple soldiers were seen many times. Any martial artist with a bit of strength could unleash such a fist. But Tang Tian's fist actually did not have any true power undulations. Belle had a weird feeling. Could it be that Uncle Bing thought they had a chance of winning? She wanted to say something, but seeing Bing's serious expression, she could not help but nod her head. Only one saint. Xiao does not have any friends, and the battle happened too suddenly. Ursa Major constellation could not have prepared in advance. These words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears, causing them to feel suffocated. Bing was secretly shocked. Tang Tian had absorbed the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian and had many mystical abilities, but the strength of his body was definitely not at such a tyrannical level. Unknowingly, he had already cultivated so many martial skills. Every time he used a martial technique, it felt completely different from usual. His body was filled with energy, and any martial technique would be extremely powerful. When he activated the spiraling force, even the air around his body started to spin at a high speed. Bing's expression was calm as he stood up. Bing returned to Three Spirits City, found Pai Pa, Tang Cho, and Bell, and explained the situation of Andromeda constellation. All the familiar transformations were the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, the Spiraling Force, the Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, and other martial techniques transformations. The crazy young man was actually trying to merge these high-level martial techniques transformations into his fundamental martial techniques. There was no end to the weirdos. Tang Tian was excited. His fists were like the wind, the most simple fundamental fist technique. But in his hands, its power was astonishing. Bing had a misconception, as though the training grounds was a hurricane. He was far away, but the berserk airflow blew him to the point that he could not open his eyes. Here, Tang Tian looked around, seeing that there was nothing. He shouted, "Then I'm coming!" If Tang Tian was still weak, he would definitely let Tang Tian walk the path of a mechanical martial artist. The appearance of the mechanical spirit weapon redefined the profession. Its apex was raised greatly, and its future was limitless. But just like any new thing, its development and growth would inevitably require the continuous accumulation of time. At the current stage, the mechanical martial artist's high-level fighting power was far from other professions. But obviously, he did not have the time. Bell's face congealed. Tang Tian is a genius. I actually have such a terrifying thought. Understood, dismissed. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, Spiraling Force. Saint level. But for some reason, he had a feeling of obstruction. Out of all the martial techniques, only when he was using the fundamental martial techniques did he not feel any obstruction. Tang Tian was still repeatedly using the fundamental martial techniques, and his fundamental martial techniques started to show some transformations. These transformations, Bing felt familiar, as though he had seen it before, but he could not remember where. Tang Tian took a step forward, the sole of his foot sinking deep into the bronze ground, an astonishing flow of air spreading out. The bronze ground in a radius of 10 m around him all sunk a few inches, forming a circular shallow pit. This fellow, what kind of freak is he? He was stunned and looked at Tang Tian, as though he had seen a ghost. But Tang Tian was doing the impossible. Bing's first reaction was to remind Tang Tian, but he quickly calmed down. He had been an instructor for a long time and had rich experience in grooming new people. For example, the training in the past. Bing never personally told Tang Tian what he should do, because he knew very well that his way of doing things was already outdated. So he provided Tang Tian with difficult situations and let Tang Tian ponder and comprehend on his own. If you don't believe me, you can ask Crane. Bing said calmly. Bing felt as though his brain was being squeezed by the door. Bing felt that it was inconceivable. Everyone who fused martial techniques would follow a basic principle, and that was to use high-level martial techniques as the main, low-level martial techniques as support. He had never heard of anyone who would fuse high-level martial techniques with low-level martial techniques. Although Xiaoda and Yen Yonglai's political views were not on the same page, but their relationship was not as bad as what the outside world thought. Yen Yonglai had once wanted to send Yen Tu to Xiaoda to learn blade techniques, but in the end, Yen Tu was not interested in blade techniques. So he gave up. At such a crucial moment, Shouda will definitely help. A third of the Ursa Major constellation's star power cleansing. This fellow, his life is too good. Really? Tang Tian's eyes were filled with suspicion. Bing was already waiting for him at the 07 Army barracks. Seeing Tang Tian's expression, he could not help but exclaim, "Interesting, this is really interesting. I have been an instructor for so many years, but I have never seen such a weird existence. Little Tang Tang, I have to admit, you are the most weird person in the world." Tang Tian immediately smiled and said proudly, "Ha ha, Uncle, you finally saw through the godlike young man's true nature. He does not walk the normal path. You are absolutely right. I like this. The godlike young man is a weirdo. Very weird." Tang Tian subconsciously stopped. Tang Tian was extremely careful along the way, afraid that he would sink into the ground again. Now that he could finally unleash his full potential, he was extremely excited. The airflow in the training grounds was smashed into pieces. It was extremely chaotic. The sharp airflow left marks on the bronze ground, but Tang Tian's figure was not affected at all. He was like a huge hammer. Everywhere he went, the airflow would be smashed. He was now like an inflated balloon. The star power in his body was so full that he had a feeling that he could explode any time. Among the people, the only one who maintained his calm was Bing. The advantage of the mechanical martial artists now was the army. Bing looked at Belle and asked seriously, "Only one saint?" This was also why high-level martial techniques could absorb the advantages of low-level martial techniques. It was not uncommon. But for low-level martial techniques to absorb the essence of high-level martial techniques, it was impossible. Belle raised a finger, her expression congealed. Shouda and Yen Yonglai's relationship is not shallow. The two of them were childhood friends, but as the two of them grew up, their temperaments gradually became incompatible. Yen Yonglai was ambitious, but Shouda was extremely indifferent. He had always lived in seclusion in the Sky Bear mountain range, and after Yen Yonglai took control of Ursa Major constellation, he invited Shouda a few times, but was rejected by Shouda. Yen Yonglai was enraged, and his army pressured the border. Who knew that Shouda would suddenly appear, and with one blade, he sliced through the Sky Bear mountain range, and the Nulon River flowed in reverse, blocking the army, and no one crossed the river. That was Ursa Major constellation's famous drinking blade river. Weird. What do you mean? Tang Tian's face was filled with caution. It was not easy for Uncle Bing to say nice things. He had been through hundreds of battles, and all those battles were something that the current generation of martial artists could not imagine. A saint would not even cause his determination to waver. These two words seemed to be filled with an unparalleled power. "Oh, it means not walking the normal path," Bing said seriously. Bing did not understand fundamental martial techniques. After a while, he gradually saw some signs. She picked up the tea on the table, drank it in one gulp, and continued. Yen Yonglai combusted his vitality, used the king bear head to maintain the star power of Ursa Major constellation, and no longer has the strength to fight. The only one that can threaten us in Ursa Major constellation is only one person. Fundamental martial techniques. This thought flashed past Bing's mind, and he secretly shook his head. It had been a long time since he awoke, and in these few years he had always been greedily absorbing everything in this era. Many of the thoughts that were vague or even wrong in the past were gradually becoming clear. We need to attack Ursa Major constellation. Tang Chao's attitude was the most resolute. Ursa Major constellation is now at the edge of the cliff. If we do not take the chance to give them a kick and push them down the cliff, then we will be in trouble later on. The training grounds of the 07 Army Barracks was paved with bronze flooring. With a thickness of 0.5 meters, it was extremely sturdy, and when blades and swords slashed on it, only sparks would fly. The heavy and gigantic mechanical weapons, when running, sprinting, colliding, were unable to damage it in the slightest. Tang Tian just took one step. Bing's gaze looked at Belle. That's right. The relationship between us and Ursa Major Constellation is simply irreconcilable. We have no other choice. Pai Pa also agreed with Tang Chao's opinion. He punched out, bang. The clear and loud explosive sound shocked Bing. After a while, he once again punched out fundamental fist techniques. Sure enough, that feeling of obstruction had disappeared. Every move and every style was executed with ease. Such a pity, such a powerful physique. If he became a mechanical martial artist, how strong would he be? Chapter 428, Looking Down from the Sky. The huge Sky Martial Wolf Academy seemed to be boiling. Countless of mechanical spirit weapons surged out from every corner. They ran crazily on the ground, one after another. Their heavy bronze feet brought up mud, causing the ground to tremble. Above their heads, one after another, bronze figures flew past the roofs and treetops. Amari shouted for half a day, but seeing that no one cared about him, he became unhappy. Hey, don't tell me you guys don't want to show off your new abilities? Don't want to? Really don't want to? Why don't you want to? The students of Sky Martial Wolf Academy, after training every day, had to soak in the ice pool for an hour. The ice pool quickly became the scariest place in the entire academy. But the majority of the students were like Aluan, although the ice pool was scary, but everyone was willing to endure it. They adeptly drilled into the mechanical spirit weapons, activating the mechanical spirit weapons. Sima Xiangshan snorted, but did not refute. Liang Qiu was right. Sima Xiangshan said faintly, "If Jinghao is here, then it will be exciting." That is truly shocking. Bing's tone was filled with shock. I never thought that you would actually be able to come up with such a weird martial technique. Congratulations. You've finally found your own path. It's truly an extraordinary path. Fundamental martial techniques. I am looking forward to it. Have you heard? Master Bing is back. Bing nodded his head seriously. Very powerful. But no one has ever walked this path before. You can only find it yourself. Even though he was clear, the current him was just an incomplete spirit general. Not to mention, at his peak, even Tang Tian had already started to surpass him. Wahaha! At the crucial moment, I still need a lively martial man to be able to turn the situation around. Amari shouted. While running, he bent his thick and sturdy arms. Sky Martial Wolf Academy. But once he had made a decision, Bing did not hesitate. He went to the barracks training grounds, where Tang Tian was still immersed in his own weird creation. Bing observed for a moment, did not disturb him, and quietly left. You need more actual combat experience. The creation of any martial technique, in addition to creative thinking, also requires continuous tempering in actual combat. Only by constantly fighting with experts will your understanding of martial skills continue to deepen. Nurturing war with war, this is a method that will always be useful. Bing looked at Tang Tian, who was nodding his head, and smiled. Are you interested to challenge a saint? The murderous order reverberated in the sky, and everyone in the courtyard could hear it. Liang Qiu shook his head. He must have his own ideas. Compared to war, we are the amateurs. Master is really amazing. Good heavens, to force Ursa Major Constellation to this stage. However, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. After the last battle with Yi Zhaoge, they had all improved to varying degrees. After that, Bing used many of the results from the Blood Meridian's laboratory on the four of them, and the four of them could clearly feel that their strength had an obvious increase. Maybe I can make a suggestion. Bing said he was born for war. Aluan finished his training for the day. He dragged his exhausted body and jumped into the ice pool. The ice pool was extremely cold, with a layer of beautiful ice crystals floating on it. The ice crystals were the size of a fist, like crystals. When the sun shone on it, it would refract beautiful light auras, but it did not give off any feeling of warmth. Liang Qiu looked at the time and said, "We need to increase our speed. For this battle, everyone must not be careless. Our opponents are all very powerful people." Suddenly, a student rushed to the young man in the corner who had his eyes closed and shouted, "Shua!" All the students in the ice pool turned to look. Luan could not help but look over. Xiao Wu was an extremely special student. It was said that he was Kangda's subordinate in the past, and Kangda's inheritance, Silver Moon, was passed down to him. "Xiao Wu, didn't Master Bing find you for a trip?" "Reveal some inside information." Tang Tian was startled, and then his gaze exploded. Just at that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded out. All the students in the ice pool were startled, and in the next moment, all of them rushed out of the pool at the same time. They did not care about wiping off the ice water on their bodies, and all took out their own mechanical spirit weapons from the Aquarius martial cabinet. "Will we be mobilizing?" Tang Tian raised his head and looked at Bing, his face filled with anticipation. Although Bing had never guided him on his martial techniques, but he was always able to provide some reliable methods. "Shut up," Han Bingning said coldly, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Bang! Liang Qiu frowned. "Don't make things difficult for him. Jinghao's teacher is still in the Honorable Martial Alliance. How can he directly fight with the Honorable Martial Alliance?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up like the stars. He was excited and regretful at the same time. No matter what, he was one of the few big shots of the Southern Cross Army in the past, although the others always bullied him because of his good temper, but he was still someone who killed his way through mountains of blades and seas of blood. How many saints had died under the hands of the army? He had long forgotten, but he did not have any fear in his heart. He clenched his teeth and persevered. The ice pool was of great help to their blood meridians purification and true power increase. Attention all students. Attention all students. Poker Face actually wants to bring that group of brats to the battlefield. I really don't understand. Sima Xiangshan said to himself. In that period of time, he followed Tang Tian. The comfortable life made him feel at a loss. But now he was even more comfortable, like a fish in water. "Yes." Tang Tian's expression became serious. "I still have many things that I have not thought through clearly." Not far away, a few students were chatting, attracting Luan's attention. Luan listened quietly. The news of Ursa Major constellation sneak attacking Orion constellation spread to the academy, causing an uproar. Sky Marshal Wolf Academy was a military general academy, and discussing the current situation was the students' favorite. Although everyone's current standard was not high, but it did not hinder everyone's passion. Leaping into the ice pool, Luan quivered, his pupils involuntarily dilated, his mind momentarily blanking out. After a while, he gradually regained his senses, the bone-piercing cold intent eroding his state of mind. All of the students' eyes lit up, although Xiao Wu said it in a secretive manner, but the information he revealed made everyone have more thoughts. No one cared about him. Out of all of them, Sima Xiangshan was the most afraid of Han Bingning. If she did not say anything, she would unsheath her sword. Clapping sounds came out from outside the dust. Tang Tian regained his senses. He raised his palm. It was a simple, fundamental palm technique. His palm suddenly produced an astonishing suction force. The dust that filled the air immediately swept away, forming a bamboo basket-sized bronze ball in his hand. The half-a-meter-thick floor of the training grounds suddenly shattered. The bronze dust that was even finer than flour, like a demonic green cloud, rose up. The dust floated to a distance of 3 m away from Tang Tian, as though it had met with a transparent barrier. It was unable to move an inch. Every time that happened, he would think of the commander. Even his smoking posture would unconsciously imitate the commander. Saint Rank was not enough to make Bing feel fear. When he had just woken up, Bing was not used to it. In his life, fighting was the only topic. When he was at the front lines, the moment he opened his eyes, he would be prepared for the day of killing. After becoming the chief instructor, the daily topic was still to teach the recruits how to fight, how to kill the enemy. Tang Tian retracted his fists, his gaze clear. Because he was an old soldier, the flames of war had long sharpened his mental state to be extremely tenacious. The battles that he had experienced were the most bitter and cruel, the largest scale battles in the past 10,000 years. There was nothing else that could compare. How could an old soldier who had gone through such a baptism feel fear towards a saint? The heavenly martial werewolf seal that they were training in had Xiao Wu's credit. The bronze torrent was gathering. The four of them could not help but be in a daze. They would never have thought that one day they would grow to such a stage. Silver Moon, Heaven Hook, and Feudal Marshal were the three strongest inheritances of Lupus constellation. Heaven Hook and Feudal Marshal were in the hands of the master. Xiao Wu's Silver Moon completed the last piece of the puzzle. On the desert, a few figures flew quickly. He could not be as heroic as the commander, who looked at the heroes of the world as if they were dogs, but he had his own strong points. For example, he was more proficient in training troops and was calmer and more meticulous. He smoked. The flickering flame reflected the lingering smoke, his poker face that had some vicissitudes of life. The cigarette was left behind from the barracks, the commander's favorite. In the past, Bing never smoked, but unknowingly from when smoking made his state of mind calm down. Even though he was equally clear, the discovery of the martial techniques system had reached its peak, and the current saints, compared to them at that time, were probably much stronger. For such a battle, if it was the commander, he would immediately lead his troops to attack, because in the eyes of the commander, a saint was nothing. And Bing would first gather everyone's opinions because he knew his own strength was not as good as the commander and needed to be more cautious. The time he had spent in the world was too short. Even if he had always been frantically absorbing everything around him, he was still not as familiar as Belle, and Pai Pa Xiao Wu was quiet for a moment, then suddenly said, "Everyone will know very soon." Still, no one cared about him. It truly made people look forward to it. Definitely. Is Master the kind of person to swallow his anger? Ursa Major Constellation dares to find trouble with Master. They are really hopeless. I just feel that he is not straightforward enough. Sima Xiangshan said faintly, since he has already left the Honorable Martial Alliance, if he does not take the chance to stab him a few times, it would be a pity. Complete the gathering of the armed forces in 10 minutes. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Tang Tian was taken aback. Uncle Bing rarely praised someone so instinctively. He immediately felt an indescribable comfort in his body and beamed with joy. Uncle, also feel that it's very powerful. I don't know why, but I feel that using fundamental martial techniques is the best, the most comfortable. So I thought of this method. And now it seems that it is feasible. Ha ha ha, godlike young lad, you are so powerful. Pa. Master Bing had always looked up to Xiao Wu and admired him. No one was too jealous when Kongda died. Only Xiao Wu had the courage to follow him. Such a loyal person, no matter where he was worthy of respect. Chapter 429. Ling Su's fingers were numb. The qi and blood in his body were boiling, and a few of his meridians started to crack. Dong! The spear tip lit up with a faint light aura. The sheephorn wind bells that had absorbed a large amount of star power started to reveal faint patterns. All of these patterns were extremely intricate and complicated, revealing a faint silver light. At that moment, it started to undulate, bringing forth a faint silver halo, faintly discernible, like clouds or clouds. His silver hair fluttered. The young man's orange pupils blazed without any fear. Ling Su's spear shot out like rain. When the soil touched the spear auras, it immediately shattered. Damn it! Ling Su's heart was burning with rage. Although he knew the opponent was a saint, although he knew the opponent was stronger than him, although he knew it was normal for him to be at a disadvantage, he and Flamingo lost their strength, and along with the soil that flew into the sky, they fell to the ground. Crane's gaze was cold. The crane sword in his hand lit up with a gentle light aura. "Your blade saint is here," Crane said indifferently. His gaze was looking far away. In midair, without any support, Crane's left leg retreated. Both of his legs bent, his body crouched down. He retracted his elbow and pushed out, a perfect thrust from his sword technique. Ling Su had already used up all of his strength, but Xiaoda seemed to know what he was thinking. The palm blade in his hand continued to slash continuously. The terrifying power contained in the spear tip was actually disappearing bit by bit. Xiaoda's every movement was so clear, so natural, and he even had a smile on his face. Ling Su looked at him with disdain and spat out 2 words, "Coward." But at that moment, he could no longer change. Are we really going to be the vanguard? Tang Tian's face was twisted. This change came without any warning, and in such a short period of time, there was such a strong contrast, causing Ling Su's face to change. He felt that it was extremely weird, like a wild beast's roar. The true power in his body was like thunder. The faint spear aura suddenly exploded with light aura, bringing along a lingering silver halo. Like a beautiful comet, it struck into Xiaoda's ferocious blade aura. Since it is like that, then it will not change. Xiaoda's slash was extremely natural, without the slightest hint of a fiery aura. Even the smile on his face did not change at all. It was still casual and relaxed. This slash was filled with an indescribable beauty, causing Tang Tian and Crane to be in a daze. "Sorry for the long wait." Xiaoda cupped his hands and spoke with a warm and amiable tone, causing others to be unable to help but have a good impression of him. "Hello, uncle." Tang Tian greeted him politely. "Kill." Only now did the 3 of them clearly see Xiaoda's appearance. He had a thin appearance, wore a navy blue gown, and seemed refined and composed. Moreover, he emanated a tranquil and indifferent aura. He looked like a teacher in an academy without the slightest sharpness. Instead, he exuded a scholarly aura. "Little brother, you're really impatient." Xiaoda smiled with interest. He sized up Ling Su and nodded. This must be little brother Ling Su. Rumor has it that little brother Ling Su inherited the Silver Frost Spear. "Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. So powerful." A look of madness surfaced on Ling Su's face. He was originally not a person who could adapt to changes. Xiaoda's extremely contrasting slash, although it made him feel weird to the point that he wanted to vomit blood, but he did not have any thoughts of adapting to it. Xiaoda's casual change was something that he could not do, but why was he not satisfied? Crane respectfully returned the greeting. "Junior Crane greets Elder Xiao." With just a casual palm blade, it caused my meridians to be injured. Is this a saint rank? Am I going to die? There was no astonishing explosion. It was as light as the spring breeze. Little Su's original intention had never changed, but it was more courageous than before, more determined than before, and more persistent than before. The blade slashed down. An indescribable light aura blossomed in front of Ling Su. If there was nowhere to dodge, then don't dodge. Ling Su only felt that the spear tip was empty. It was as though he had accumulated all his strength, but swung it in the air. That feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to vomit blood. Crane's gaze swept across the surroundings. The area around the starry door had already been fortified, and there was not a single person left alive. It was obvious that Yen Yonglai had long predicted that they would attack. He might as well empty the area and use it as a battlefield. Xiaoda's face revealed a look of surprise. Ling Su's strength was much more outstanding than what he had imagined. It had been a long time since he had met a young man who could counterattack on the second move. Ling Su's hands became light. He lost control of his silver spear. It transformed into a silver light and flew to the side. The spear aura that was about to hit Ling Su trembled slightly. Then he heard a wong sound. It was as though a heavy hammer was swung in the air. The sound of the wind caused his skin to go numb. Suddenly, the space in front of him darkened. A confident and agile black figure blocked in front of him. The silver spear tip was transparent like a crystal. There were layers of silver halos lingering around it. The palm blade that was like a cool breeze flowing through the mountains suddenly became a strong and fierce heavy blade breaking technique. Ling Su was indifferent. The silver spear in his hand pointed straight at Xiaoda. "Let's fight. Stop talking nonsense." The transparent spear tip brought along a ray of light and entered the blade aura that was covered in frost. In Ling Su's eyes, this slash did not have any sense of beauty. It was a simple and plain slash, but it made him feel that there was nowhere to hide. Even the palm aura that was released was not sharp. It was like a cool breeze flowing through the mountains. There was no sense of danger. The low and deep sound that was like a heavy drum swept out with a terrifying wave of qi. There was no beautiful light, but it was filled with danger. All of Ling Su's attention was attracted by this blade. Even the sky behind Xiao was about to be split into two by this blade. But aren't the vanguards just small characters? Tang Tian's face was unhappy. He waved his arms. He shouted, "A godlike young man should appear like a hero at the end. Only then will he look more impressive." A figure appeared on the horizon. The sunlight elongated his shadow. He walked leisurely. His expression was calm, but his speed was extremely fast. He was just a small black dot. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. If that was the case, it meant that Xiaoda was not far away. He clamped Flamingo tightly with both of his legs. Flamingo's long bent legs suddenly exploded with an astonishing power. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot into the sky. The transparent spear tip was about to collide with the silver fish-like blade auras. The silver light of the sheephorn wind bells suddenly exploded. The blade auras were dyed with frost. The dangerous and concentrated blade auras stopped for a short moment. Flamingo and Ling Su were like steel rods that were fiercely nailed into the ground. The powerful force caused the ground around him to shatter into countless of pieces. It was as though an invisible hand had thrown the pieces into the sky. Crane exposed a charming smile. "Please do not overestimate your own position. It will bring a lot of trouble to everyone." Before he finished speaking, he bent his right arm. His palm was like a blade as he slashed down. Xiaoda's eyes lit up. He could not help but praise Crane. He smiled. His palm blade slashed onto Ling Su's spear tip. No matter how he changed, he was stabbed to death. But Ling Su could only watch as the transparent spear tip slowly regained its silver color. The light aura dimmed down bit by bit, seeing the even more concentrated blade auras. Ling Su's eyes flashed a look of fanaticism. "Teacher, please look at little Su's improvement." Like a silver rain, it shot into the sky. Ling Su's face changed. He had long known of the strength of a saint, but recently his strength had increased explosively. Tang Tian was not the only one who had benefited from Ursa Major constellation. His strength, unknowingly, had reached another peak. He firmly believed that with his current strength, although he was unable to challenge a saint, but he had the strength to retaliate. Xiaoda's praise came from above. The mud in the sky covered the sky. Ling Su was shrouded in a shadow. He raised his head and looked for Xiaoda with all his might. The crane sword's light aura exploded. It was as though the sword aura enveloped him, reflecting Crane's handsome but calm face. Persevere in the heart. Do not move. Good. Ling Su's orange eyes suddenly lit up with a blazing light aura. On the back of the bird, he suddenly lowered his body. His back arched like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. The 5 fingers on his right hand that was holding onto the spear was completely relaxed. He gently rubbed it. The light aura came quickly and left even faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Chi, Xiaoda's palm blade, slashed onto the spear tip. It was soft and powerless. Ling Su squinted his eyes. He did not have the intention to bow. His killing intent sword. Who will go first? Teacher, I have never forgotten Justice Origin Core Pierce. Xiaoda's slash caused Ling Su to feel as though a bucket of ice water was poured over his head. The arrogance in his heart was immediately swept away. There was only one way he could do it. Crane turned his head. He was surprised. Don't tell me you don't want to rush to the front. Good spear technique. Xiaoda looked down. Beneath his feet were countless silver auras. They were densely packed like a vast ocean. He laughed. He bent his elbow and formed a palm. His palm was like a blade. He slashed down. Pa, Tang Tian said unhappily. Hey, you two have no ambition. This godlike young lad came to this world to be a hero. Oh, speaking of which, it is weird. Where is Xiaoda? Why haven't we met? We have already been in Ursa Major constellation for 3 days. Is there anyone who is a blade saint like this? That is too irresponsible. As expected of a Silver Frost young lad. You are fearless and unyielding. Xiaoda laughed. Then let this old man experience the wind of Silver Frost. The silver spear spun out. Like a silver snake coming out of its hole, it was as fast as lightning. Even if the opponent was a saint, he was not satisfied. This blade brought forth countless of fine silver blade, auras, under the setting sun. They dazzled with layers of light auras. Like countless of silver fishes, they chased after Xiaoda's palm blade. The fine blade auras tore through the air, causing Xiaoda's figure to become blurry. But when he faced Xiaoda's casual slash, he realized that the difference between him and a saint was not just the difference in true power. In terms of understanding martial techniques, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Ling Su, who had straightened his state of mind, calmed down his originally restless heart. The spear auras that filled the sky like a sea of stars suddenly drew out countless of dazzling straight light scars that entered Ling Su's spear tip. Xiaoda's smile, that was not a smile, was extremely piercing to Ling Su. Xiaoda's palm blade was raised again. A terrifying energy ripple spread out from his palm blade. The smile on Xiaoda's face disappeared. His expression was solemn. Chapter 430. Your Majesty, are you trying to tell us that we have no other way out? Saint rank. This is a saint rank, and it is my first time challenging a saint rank. So excited. Tang Tian did not care at all. He looked at Xiaoda with a fanatical gaze. For Crane to be able to receive that blade, his strength was definitely not weak. Such a fast fist. Such a heavy fist. Wait a minute. Tang Tian suddenly jumped out. He rubbed his fists. Hey, the two of you have made your move. I have not challenged anyone yet. Whether or not Ada can block them, I am suddenly not sure. Yin Yonglai looked far away and muttered to himself, Tang Tian's strength and the strength of his subordinates, I actually do not know. And at this time, the opponent is giving me a fatal strike from behind. How can I not lose? The grizzly bear army roared. The shock in his heart was not fake. The blade hand he used just now had the intention to kill and did not hold back. Who knew that Crane would actually receive it? causing him to be surprised. At his level of strength, there was not much difference between having a blade and not having a blade. "Oh, then I can rest easy." Yen Yonglai's face revealed warmth. "Although Ada usually has many opinions about me and does not fight with anger, but he will definitely not leave me in the lurch. Master Xiao is overpraising me. Crane was neither servile nor overbearing." "Where is Aze?" Yen Yonglai suddenly asked. Duff could only speak the truth. Orion Constellation's other saint, rank Li Dai, also appeared in the Orion Palace. "He caused us to suffer heavy casualties." Yen Yonglai laughed. "You should be happy for me. As a leader, to be able to die in such a manner in my own palace, compared to dying on my bed, is many times better." Xiaoda's gaze swept across the three of them, his heart filled with admiration, and said, "If the three of you are willing to accompany this old man to sit here and chat for a month, this old man is willing to gift you with my cultivation experience, although it is shallow, but I believe it will be of help to the three of you. You are already so old, but still so competitive to the point that you can even throw away your life. Xiao, decide. I never thought that I would not be able to save your life. Since that's the case, I'll use the heads of these three brats as a sacrifice to you." The transparent ripples in the air exploded in front of Xiaoda. Xiaoda instantly made a judgment. Tu Qing stared blankly at the bright Ursa Major constellation in the sky, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Yen Yonglai mumbled to himself, "Li Dang is an open and honest man. He used his life to exchange for that favor. He is a real man." A sharp air turbulence swept past Xiaoda's face. Tang Tian shouted. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs and pounced directly at Xiaoda. The king bear head above his head suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. The dazzling light pillar shot up into the sky, straight into the horizon. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoda's gaze became indifferent. "You three, come at me together." The more Duff listened, the sadder he felt. He couldn't help but cry. "Then why doesn't your majesty come with us? Go to Orion Constellation and make a comeback." Xiaoda squinted his eyes again. Basic fist technique. "It's not that easy." Yen Yonglai's old face became serious. "Tang Tian and the rest will definitely see this opportunity. They will definitely take action against us. If we do not have a path of retreat, how can they?" Everyone looked at the sky in a daze. They all understood what it meant. It was the burning of a constellation. It meant that the constellation master was giving up his life. The saint treasure was giving up his martial spirit to ignite the entire constellation. Xiaoda's mood was extremely bad. He looked at Tang Tian with a gaze filled with killing intent. "Your Majesty, are you trying to tell us that even if you have to burn your life, you will still win?" A strand of hair on his forehead was split into two. Xiaoda retreated. It was the first time in the battle that Xiaoda retreated. "Your Majesty, victory will definitely belong to you. Your Majesty, are you trying to tell us that you will fight alongside us?" Duff endured the pain in his heart and said respectfully, "Tang Tian and the other two have already entered Ursa Major constellation. Today, they will meet Mr. Xiaoda." Duff stood by the side. Looking at the Majesty, his heart was sour. Out of all the King Bear martial artists, he was the weakest. It was never his turn to guard the Majesty, but the other King Bear martial artists were all sent out by the Majesty to stop Andromeda constellation. Only him, the weakest, was left by the Majesty's side. "Your Majesty, the situation has not deteriorated to such a state." Duff advised bitterly. Just at that moment, a light pillar suddenly shot into the sky. Xiaoda's entire body trembled. He turned his head to look. According to the schedule, tomorrow morning, the first batch of martial artists will be able to step into Orion constellation. Duff immediately said, The Star Door entrance is controlled by the Honorable Martial Alliance, but the position of the Star Door is at least 20 days away from Orion Palace. I'm here. Ha 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 ha. Is the Lion King finally unable to endure it anymore? Yen Yonglai's muddy eyes lit up with a strange light aura. To be able to make the Lion King personally speak, it truly makes me look forward to it. Li Dang had received Lei Ang's favor in the past. Today, he is just returning the favor. Duff's respect for the Majesty came from the bottom of his heart. The spacious palace was silent. On that day, Orion Palace was breached. The Ursa Major constellation above them would burn for a full 3 months, and in these 3 months, the power of Ursa Major constellation's star treasures would increase greatly. The great general has already led his army to surround Orion Palace, but the opponent's resistance is extremely tenacious. The Grizzly Bear army is unable to display their strength. The Honorable Martial Alliance is also attacking with all their might, and both sides have suffered heavy casualties. And Duff's face revealed hesitation. Tu Ching stopped. He raised his head. The Ursa Major constellation above him suddenly lit up, and a faint light regiment floated down like snowflakes. The light auras landed into their star treasures. The king was dead. Both sides, who were in the midst of fighting, stopped at the same time. Duff immediately said, "Your Majesty is wise. With Mr. Xiao to here, Tang Tian, and the rest will definitely not be able to advance." In his eyes, Tang Tian's fist force was filled with flaws, but "Stand up." Yen Yonglai's tone was calm. "You guys might not have the chance to return to Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian is an unfathomable person. Until now, I still do not know how he was able to obtain the star power from the desolate bare bone. Now that I think about it, the only mistake I made was that I did not expect that Andromeda constellation would actually have such a ferocious beast hibernating. What surprised him was that His Majesty was not too surprised, but instead released a carefree smile. Yen Yonglai shook his head. I need to stay in this palace and stabilize the star power. Without the star power, everyone will crumble now. Halfway through, Tang Tian gathered all his strength and raised his fist. A series of compressed air ripples chased after him, exploding out densely, creating a sound. He suddenly asked, how long more before our first batch of martial artists can enter Orion constellation? Crane shook his head. Thank you, Master Xiao. I am not blessed and am unable to accept it. Xiaoda's face revealed a look of surprise. It is rumored that although Prince Crane has never trained in the Empress Absolute Arts, but in the Crane sect's martial techniques, his attainments are extremely profound. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Your Majesty. Duff's tears fell like rain. Duff did not dare make a sound. Suddenly, Xiaoda's gaze congealed. His Majesty already had the intention to entrust him. Could it be? Bang! Yen Yonglai acted as though he did not hear anything, and continued, Wild beasts will definitely explode and hurt people. Just now, I suddenly realized we have underestimated others. Even my previous arrangements were underestimating them. You bring Aze and go find Commander Tuesday. As long as Commander Tu is able to take down the palace, then Orion Constellation will be in the bag. Orion Constellation's position is special with Aze's ability. He will definitely not be able to hold it. But the Honorable Martial Alliance will definitely not sit and watch. They will definitely continue to support, and adding Commander Tu's ability. With that, we will be able to stand firm. Orion Palace. Kill. Yen Zhe was the second successor, but compared to Yen Tu, regardless of whether it was breadth of mind or strength, he was lacking and was not favored by Yen Yonglai. Duff was shocked. Your Majesty. On the throne, Yen Yonglai was in a daze. In a short few days, his hair had turned snow white, wrinkles crawled all over his face, and even his eyes had become muddy. Duff had personally seen His Majesty grow old day by day. For the sake of stabilizing Ursa Major constellation's star power, His Majesty did not hesitate to burn his lifespan. Who would have thought that the old man on the throne was the one who had led Ursa Major constellation to develop to the point of being comparable to the equatorial Palace Hall constellations, the brave and unyielding Bear King, who was famous in Heaven's Road? I hope they can stop the Lupus army. Yen Yonglai nodded his head, but the crux of the battle is Commander Tuesday. The earlier we take down Orion constellation, the earlier we can hold the advantage. Do you have any reports from the great general? Duff immediately replied, Prince Se is actively preparing for battle. Yen Yonglai's fingers that were holding onto the throne moved, as though he had awoken from a dream. Duff, is there any news? Duff was extremely confident. With the few masters here, there will definitely not be a problem. Xiaoda's face sunk. This old man is just appreciating talents, and does not wish for all of you to die here. Xiaoda's heart trembled. The simple and clean fundamental fist technique, under the astonishing frequency of attacks, actually caused him to continue to retreat. Tu Qing roared, Kill! Crane's palm heated up, and the crane sword almost flew out of his hand, only stabilizing himself after flying out for 7 EM. Crane's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Until now, Xiaoda had not even taken out his blade, and was actually able to cause them to be in such a difficult situation. Yen Yonglai snorted. With his standard, what's the use? Xiaoda's eyes suddenly squinted. Tang Tian's charge was the most simple fundamental footwork, but his speed was extremely fast. No, the speed was definitely faster than the fundamental footwork. Tu Qing wiped his tears. The demon bear's secret claw in his hand was raised up high. The iron-blooded general's gaze was as firm as steel. Yen Yonglai's expression became solemn, and said unhappily, And what? Yen Yonglai slowly stood up, his tone sonorous, his white hair fluttering in the wind. I want to tell the martial artists of Ursa Major constellation, although I am unable to invite another saint for them. But I, Yen Yonglai, am their king, and will forever fight alongside them, forever die in front of them. Yen Yonglai suddenly said, You bring Ze, follow the nearest batch of martial artists, and go find Commander 2 at Orion constellation. Such a fast frequency. At the same time, his eyes squinted again, and his figure retreated again. Chapter 431. Xiaoda was startled. He was very familiar with Tang Tian's appearance. Many martial artists would suddenly become excited during battles due to special reasons such as life and death situations or when their families were threatened. At such times, martial artists would usually perform beyond their abilities. That was 1/3 of the Ursa Major constellation's star power. Even Xiaoda did not want to take that punch. It was not easy for him to grab hold of the opportunity, but little Su had snatched it first. Tang Tian had to use a Herculean effort to suppress his restless heart. Xiaoda was a saint. His understanding of martial techniques and control of rhythm were unimaginable to non-saint martial artists. Even a small detail in a battle was enough for him to win, not to mention Tang Tian's obvious signs. It was simply like a torrential storm. Although Tang Tian's moves were fast, he had too many flaws. As long as Xiaoda could grab hold of any flaw in a short period of time, he was 100% confident that he could turn the situation around. Every move of his was integrated into heaven and earth. It was full of beauty and mystery. It made his opponent kneel down and feel despair. Saint level. Even a saint was forced to take a few steps back. Tang Tian's moves were full of flaws. Xiaoda had thousands of ways to counter them, but Tang Tian was moving too fast. He did not think at all and completely ignored his opponent's moves. No matter what, I must use my martial arts to kill this bastard. A gush of hot blood rushed to his head. Tang Tian was extremely excited. Xiaoda gritted his teeth. Next move. Just one move, and you will be dead. Every time they collided, the airflow formed was filled with terrifying power. If it was any other martial artist, they would have dodged it. But Tang Tian did not feel it. Astral power surged around him, and the shockingly powerful air currents didn't hurt him at all. Bang, bang, bang. His eyes were red and murderous. That gaze looked like it wanted to tear him apart. Therefore, when the opportunity appeared in front of him, Tang Tian, who had been impatient for a long time, pounced at Xiaoda like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. But as Tang Tian's fanaticism disappeared, Xiaoda's experience and understanding of martial skills quickly displayed a great power. But in comparison, Tang Tian was much slower. Retreat, retreat, retreat again. Saint level, come here to sharpen my martial skills. Lost? Xiaoda was stunned. By the time Tang Tian reacted, Xiaoda had already taken a few steps back. Then let's gang up on him again. Xiaoda's own attack was already quite fast. The palm knife that he had used to chop the tip of Ling Su's spear had been executed in an extremely short period of time. He had continuously chopped from different angles and with different strength. It could be said to be perfect. Crane continued to stare blankly. Ah, that's right. This is an illusion. Ling Su's gaze was dull as he muttered to himself. We must be in an illusion created by Xiaoda. He wants to use this illusion to lure us in. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Tang Tian's eyes turned red. His blood was boiling. It was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. He was completely immersed in an unprecedented fanaticism. As for the weakness of his shallow techniques and weak power, to Tang Tian, it was not a problem. The current Tang Tian had the star power in his body surging. Even a normal punch would be extremely powerful. Furthermore, this fellow's physical body was also tyrannical to the point that Xiaoda was jealous. As for whether Xiaoda could receive it, he did not even think about it. A saint-level martial artist could not receive his techniques. What kind of joke was that? Although Tang Tian was full of confidence, he was very clear that he was definitely not a match for a saint-level martial artist. Tang Tian's speed decreased because he was gradually getting out of the fanaticism. His mind was gradually cooling down. On the other hand, Xiaoda's true power was greatly depleted. Hence, the speed of his techniques naturally slowed down. Their ears were not the only ones that were numb. Both of their scalps were numb. They stared blankly at the scene in front of them. No matter how they looked at it, they could not accept it. His heart was extremely weird. There was actually someone in this world who would try something that defied common sense. Very quickly, Xiaoda understood a little. Fundamental martial techniques were extremely shallow. To a normal martial artist, they naturally did not have much value. But its moves were simple enough, and when it attacked, it was much faster than other moves. Furthermore, it was a fellow that was terrifyingly proficient in fundamental martial techniques, so its speed would reach an extremely shocking level. The concentrated and terrifying sounds of collisions were like hundreds of firecrackers being lit at the same time. It shook Crane and Ling Su's ears to the point of numbness. Xiaoda, who was enraged, was already prepared to counterattack. Crane also made his move. Tang Tian seemed to be able to see the back view of his great future. Such an opportunity was something that he dreamed of. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were filled with flaws. Even a unique martial technique, like Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand, in front of Xiaoda had obvious flaws. Needless to say, Tang Tian was torturing himself. It could be said that the fundamental martial techniques were riddled with holes. Tang Tian did not give Xiaoda time to think. The surging star power in his body caused him to be filled with endless energy. Without thinking, he used his incomplete fundamental martial techniques without thinking. Tang Tian, who did not have the slightest bit of pressure, did not even look at Xiaoda's intention to make a move, and used all the fundamental martial techniques that he had been tossing and turning in a mess. Xiaoda felt that he was going crazy. No matter what, he had to enjoy himself first. But nothing had happened. Using an unreasonable method of attack, he was like a scoundrel. Everything, all the mysteries, all the beauty, were stirred up into a foul atmosphere, stirred up into pieces. Xiaoda's true power was strong. But no matter how strong he was not as strong as 1/3 of the Ursa Major constellation's star power. Initially, he ignored it, but as the battle became more intense, his true power was quickly depleting, and he had no choice but to dodge. He hated and loathed this kind of behavior, but compared to Tang Tian's attack, it was still slower by a beat. All these factors added up to create such a freak and created such a weird situation. But it was these fundamental martial techniques that were riddled with holes that forced a saint-level martial artist to continuously retreat. Tang Tian suddenly jumped back and raised both of his hands. Because of one point, which was Tang Tian's attack frequency, until his hair was cut, Xiao suddenly realized, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. He was a saint-level martial artist. Ordinary martial artists were like ants to him, although he looked at the three of them differently because of their talents, but it was only because he valued the younger generation. In Xiaoda's heart, he did not put the three of them in the same position as him. With a howl, Tang Tian pounced towards Xiaoda like a wolf or a tiger. This brat! Exactly how many times did he train in fundamental martial techniques? Xiaoda, who started to dodge, the frequency of his slashes immediately showed an obvious decrease. So comfortable, as expected of a saint-level martial artist. There were too many high-level martial techniques inside, and he had just touched the doorstep and was still far from being able to completely fuse them. Tang Tian did not have the slightest bit of fear, because Xiaoda was a saint-level martial artist. On the contrary, he was too excited. Glory! Counterattack! This young man could not be any stronger. Stop! If Xiaoda knew what Tang Tian was thinking, he would definitely have a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat. Xiaoda thought for a long time, and thought of a more suitable description. This crazy young man actually suppressed Xiaoda, but this asshole! Both of their attack speed dropped at the same time. Just as he was about to make his move, Tang Tian, who was in front of him, screamed, his aura exploding. Xiaoda was after all a saint-level martial artist. His eyes were shrewd and sharp, and not something a normal martial artist could compare to. To be able to be like a torrential storm without a head or a tail, it was definitely not something that could be done without a brain. The most crucial point was that Tang Tian had an astonishing level of familiarity with fundamental martial techniques. An extremely terrifying level of familiarity. Tang Tian did not feel any pain, but Xiaoda was not so good. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were already beyond recognition. Under the attacks of the torrential storm, Xiaoda moved around crazily, the palm blade in his hand slashing at an astonishing speed. At this time, all the changes were meaningless. The only requirement for the slashes was speed. But Tang Tian's explosive increase in aura, it did not make sense. Hey, he was half a beat too slow. Xiaoda's heart was extremely shocked. He had seen all kinds of strong martial artists, but he had never seen anyone who would spend time and energy on fundamental martial techniques. Crane was also in a daze. Yes. The reason why Xiaoda was being suppressed so badly was because of the fanatical Tang Tian. The increase in the frequency of his attacks was extremely astonishing. The originally terrifying frequency had reached a terrifying number, a number that Xiaoda had never seen before. Tang Tian's completely unreasonable attacks, adding the surging star power, caused Xiaoda's martial techniques to be useless, and he was dragged to the point where he could only compete with Tang Tian in speed. He had a stomach full of anger, the saint-level martial artist on him. He could not remember the last time he was in such a difficult situation. Every battle, He would firmly control the rhythm of the battle. Everything between heaven and earth was under his control. Even the dust in the air was firmly under his control. What made him feel even weirder was in front of such a weird fundamental martial technique, he actually kept on retreating. The surging star power in Tang Tian's body was definitely not a joke, that terrifying energy undulation. Even he was absolutely fearful. Tang Tian, who was like a ferocious tiger, completely fell into a demonic barrier. He felt that every drop of blood in his body was burning. The fundamental martial techniques that had already fused into his bones became faster and faster. The attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Xiao De kept on retreating. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were truly too different. With his eyesight, he could see that within the fundamental martial techniques, there were high-level techniques, and could even deduce what Tang Tian was trying to do. Ling Su continued to be in a daze. So scary. How could this brat become even faster? What exactly happened? Xiao De immediately realized his chance had come. Tang Tian did not know what the two of them were thinking. He was too comfortable, much more comfortable than training alone in the training grounds. Every time they collided, Tang Tian would feel the star power in his body heating up as though he was being massaged.